Alrighty, so as far as I'm concerned, YouTube says it's live, so welcome back to our Japan game, which got delayed a little, but that's okay. No hotfix yet, but we're expecting one later this week. I booted up the save and noticed that we are spending an awful lot of we're spending a lot on hardwood for ship construction. The hotfixes in between may have slightly changed it around maybe, or perhaps after one tick here, the initialization will fix everything. Something I've also learned while playing a Russia game is that when these states get incorporated right here, it's not checking the mappy change from going unincorporated to incorporated. So in a couple of months, when Korea finishes incorporating, we are going to have to do a reload, or else the mappy is not going to work. That is an unfortunate issue, but we'll just have to get it done and get it out of the way. I am going to do a very quick switch here and try to make hardwood less terribly expensive. Hello, Endo. Welcome. Yeah, I'm not sure why we're spending so much on hardwood suddenly, but it's all shipyards. The problem is I don't remember spending that much on shipyards, but maybe it changed since we last played. I'm going to give the game just probably a week tick to let everything reinitialize here. And we'll see where it ends up. Just give it a week real quick, because I need to see what's going on here. So are we still spending a lot on hardwood? Yes, we are. And now we're importing hardwood. Okay, so for whatever reason, we need a lot more hardwood now for our ship construction. So we're just going to switch to hardwood focus. And now I feel comfortable actually trying to focus on building things. Domestically, we actually have no more wood. Wait a minute, that's unusual. I usually don't need this much wood. What's going on? I wasn't paying attention to our construction, I guess. It's been a week. You start to forget things after a week. Anyway, we're going to try to take over more of Asia, especially China, and try to grow the power block further. Siam is still in the power block. In fact, if we can keep them in for one more year, that will kind of be a done and dusted deal. It'll make it to where they're subject. We're actually getting food standardization too now for the 10% mortality, which would have been nice to have sooner, but better late than never to get another 0.2. We are also probably going to see the economy suddenly spike a little as the various mappy changes are now more properly recognized by the game, which might make reaching certain targets and goals easier. Is there anything... I don't know if we can finish Corporate Empire. We could give that one of them tools, maybe, but I think one of our companies already does tools, doesn't it? Yes, the Yasuda already does tools as I moused over them, because it didn't show it there, but it shows it right here, so they're already doing tools. And the Mentetsu that we built is already doing coal. And I think we already have another company doing iron somewhere. I'd be surprised if we didn't. Yeah, the Mitsubishi already doing iron, so I literally can't expand this company into any of that. There's someone else doing one of each. The Yatsuda, I believe, were given the tool workshops. They could be given textile mills instead. So, see, the problem is I can't change it now because we've already done it all, and changing it around would just mess it all up. Okay, who else is the Mitsui. They've already been given tea plantations. So, yeah. We'll just have to make sure that all of those are privatizing, which they are. So I think at this point there's not much I can do except build the buildings they can invest in and then hope to God that's what they prioritize. Is there rubber in the world? I know there is. That's a rhetorical question. The real question is there a lot of rubber where we could switch off wood? I don't think the answer is yes. Mostly because a lot of that rubber is going to be in Africa. There is some in the states that are a part of our power block. We might be able to squeeze something out of this now that I think about it. So let's go on a bit of a rubber spree investment. I'm not really checking to see if they can sustain this. It's up to our subjects to get it done. The Dutch, to be fair, are not actually one of our subjects, but we might as well pre-invest before we take it over. Our Navy is also pretty iffy. It's early ironclad, but we're in the year 1905. If we were to go over to Britain, Britain just destroys our ships, I'm pretty sure here. Yeah, they have torpedoes, they have modern ironclads. So yeah, we're going to need even more, which what were we researching? A lot of economic techs, it looks like. So let's not do that. Let's actually probably move over to military modernization. Because I think a lot of the other techs down here, I would like to get antibiotics. We don't need it. I would like to push Russia out. And Russia has about 10,000 to our, well, 10,000. Do they have a lot of... Yeah, they do. Okay. I have to kind of sit here for a few minutes and figure out where everything is, because I haven't really checked on the file since we last played. I do know that I want to get probably more troop ships to move more troops around at some point. But for now, what we're actually going to do is probably expand the main navy, which we have access to modern ironclad, so let's use that template. It takes a lot longer to get through this. Now, I would say this is kind of the best template setup for your combat ships, so they have the armor and the armament, and then you're kind of sacrificing propulsion and supply capacity to make sure it's not too terribly expensive. That being said, the ship moving faster is nice, so you don't have to take as long. Although supply efficiency could be good, so they don't starve as soon. And then, lots of utility modifications. I can't wait to maybe make a video on this in 5 years. Honestly, I think rangefinder's the best. 20% accuracy. Because hitting a ship sounds like the best to me. See, it's so expensive. Look at all that construction for the complexity. The maintenance is not so bad, actually, if you can keep the costs low. But I think we'll go with this template for now. That makes it, yeah, a little easier to build them all. And we can't upgrade the early ironclads to the modern ironclads. I would love to, but you can't. Can't retrofit them either. So, we're going to have to go ahead and just add new ironclads to it. 50 of them, actually, and we are going to just take these 20 and decommission them right away. And now, we'll just set it all to construct, which is going to greatly increase our costs of construction. Not construction, but just greatly increase our expenditures. So we're going to go ahead and just invest in that. I might let the trade centers die down a bit. We are kind of bleeding really hard and sustaining them right now. And some of that just seems to be just expenditure issues. I don't think we're spending anything here, right? Yeah, there's no tolls for this as far as we're concerned. We're also going to go ahead and just increasingly take over China. I don't think we'll annex anything outright except maybe Beijing, because it's Beijing. Yeah, let's actually, really quickly, before I forget, seize Beijing, because that has the Forbidden City. That can give us up to 20 more legitimacy and 50 authority. Because our current government is really, it's not doing too well. There's a huge lack of electoral confidence that is being caused by the corporate journal entry, the corporate empire. I would like for it to finish. I don't know if it's ever going to finish. Why do you own so few building levels? It says you don't own a lot. Yeah, you own very little. Do you not? You have no monopolies. That's why. Because we're using them all. Okay. Right. Well, we'll figure that out as soon as the power block statues finish in 2 years. Which isn't even a joke. It's going to take several years for them to finish. But that'll be fine, right? What could go wrong? It might be a bit laggy as well, which is unfortunate, but it happens. We'll go ahead and deal with it just fine. Oh! They backed down. They didn't even fight for the city. They were just like, you know what? You want it? Have it. You can deal with the nonsense there. We're done. We're just going to flee to our island government in Taiwan. Which is what the game calls it now, so. Nothing wrong there. Oh, we do, however, have a developing situation in one of our subjects. Yeah, that's going to be the downside of our subjects, all these revolts that happen in them, but we could probably deal with those, given enough time. You know what? Switch the government out. Just switch it out at this point. I think we've got... Yeah, the trade unions will support women's suffrage. I can't deal with all the radicals we're going to get from low legitimacy. We need to maintain some kind of stability here. And if a combination of industrialists and trade unionists will do that, so be it. And I'm going to show you here that we have to reload when the incorporation is done. I will let it tick to the next week to show you this, but you're going to see that it's not updated properly. Unless they fixed it, which I don't think they have. Why is this 50 levels? Why are we building 50 levels of rail here? What? Why? Oh, because we let the Dutch have investment rights and they're just spamming it out, I guess. I don't know. I guess it didn't have infrastructure and they built it up and now it's going to have too much infrastructure. So we'll probably have to let it elapse later. But yeah, see, so the state is now incorporated. It should be at 95 market access price impact, but the game still thinks it's at 85. So we are going to just do a quick save and quick reload to fix it. It's annoying, but we have to do it or else none of that. Oh, did the game crash on us? So that's a very good start to the stream where the game's decided, actually, no, you don't get to reload the game to fix this bug. You get to crash to the main menu. Okay. So we're just going to very quickly reboot the game there. Sorry, I had to get a drink and that crash threw me off. Okay, well, that's fine. The good news is that it saved properly. It saved fine. There's no issues there. We'll be able to reload and fix the market access price impact bug in Korea now that it's incorporated. Kind of don't want to reload a second time if it's already going to be that crash happy. This is the downside with doing streams right off the bat with the unstable updates at the first week or two. You always have to deal with lots of crashes. That being said, I haven't had Victoria 3 crash in a while. The only other time I can remember is probably yet another live stream that we did of it, and hasn't really crashed since. The whole Russia game I did all the way to 1926 or so didn't crash at all, which is great. Although that game is funny because that Russia game, I've managed to push the growth rate so far that I'm actually getting pop groups at 4% at low standard of living, but I can't replicate it nationally because the economy's doing too well. Okay, enough rambling. We're back. And I will now show you that coal mine again. It is now saying it's at 95% rather than 85%. So all the pops here will do a little bit better. Their standard of living is going to be improved because they have better access to goods and services. That's important because that means they won't want to kill us. Also, the businesses will do better so they won't collapse. We have some company monopolies. It's because we're spending a bunch of authority because I was messing around with it. We did a bunch of manufacturing authority on the home island, and I'm kind of stubbornly keeping it now because it makes services very cheap and somewhat profitable there. So it's just making the home island really prosperous, but everywhere else is just going to get others to propagate the Japanese culture. That being said, we have 100 authority, so we are going to get one of the monopolies again. What do we have a lot of? It was showing us in the journal entry, and I want to use it to get this company to be larger. We have a lot of steel mills, and we have a lot of lead mines. We can only do one right now, but I kind of think lead mines are the most profitable. It owns a good deal of them, too, already. Steel kind of varies. Oh, right. No, it's because that... Okay. Hang on. You know what? We are gonna just renegotiate that treaty a little. Yeah. Actually, wait. That's the wrong negotiation. Can we remove your investment rights? Fantastic. Okay, good. Please agree to that. Thank you. And now we will actually go ahead and give them monopoly rights on the steel mills. I don't think this means they'll buy the steel mill. I'm pretty certain I have to nationalize it. But we're gonna run it as a test. If not, future steel mills will be ours. But basically, we've stopped this company from being able to invest in here. It was doing all the investments because back then we gave it to the Dutch, so we didn't have those tolls. And at the time, it was beneficial. At the time. Now, not so much. I do see that our investment pool is actually really good right now to where it can run the construction itself. So we might let the private investment pool take over for a bit so that they can build more buildings. I don't know why we're railroad spamming, but okay. Sure, why not? I don't... I don't know. Look, I don't know what it's doing. The AI is being weird. Someone send help. And let's go take over more China while we're at it. Ooh. Political concessions, you say? I would like it if the rule folk didn't want to murder us as much. Although the Shinto are very upset right now with us, which is also bad, so... They're kind of assimilating well. It's still a little sluggish because they are under a national awakening, so their fervor is getting particularly high, and there's not really anything we can do about that. So it is kind of getting up there. But, oh well. We'll deal with it. One way or another. So we'll see if they build more steel mills. I think they're already assigning steel mills, but we have some... These foreign queues, I think, will stick because they already had access to it. Oh, I'm an idiot, chat. I'm sorry. I wasn't paying attention. I revoked our right to build into the Dutch, not the other way around. I revoked our right to build in them. Oh my god. Okay. There we go. Problem solved. There we go. Jesus. Can you tell I haven't played in a little bit? A rivalry with Brazil, sure. Brazil already hates us, so that's easy. Done. Next. We've also passed 500 million GDP, and hopefully we hit 1 billion before this is over. We're not bourgeoisie maxing at this point, just because they're already strong enough as it is, so now it's more of what does the country of Japan need? Which in this case apparently is letting the Zaibatsu rule a government because they're the only contestable, legitimate government we can acquire right now. Which is saying a lot. Corporate Empire, what, 19.07? We're probably going to see that fall for a bit as the wrong companies take over. I do think I will need to nationalize the buildings. Do we own... I know one of them can do motor industries, but is it the Mitsubishi that can do it? Yes. Yes. Okay, so it's going to really anger the Dutch and probably cause them to be very upset with us. But we need to... We have 48 million. Can we afford that? We can. Wait. You're telling me I can nationalize all of this and they'll get upset by just 1 point? Like they don't care? Okay, yeah, the Dutch are cool with it. The Dutch were absolutely cool with that. They were like, sure, man, go ahead, whatever you need to do. So the Mitsubishi should be able to buy those up. Now, I would like to monopolize it for them. But they should start buying them regularly, and they are. And wait, are you paying tolls? We only have the one area. You shouldn't really be paying that much on tolls. Oh, wow. Oh, we could actually make money off these tolls. People are actually trading through this because they're trying to buy stuff from us. Okay. That's actually really cool. We could raise the tolls. I don't think we will for now. Ooh, but I'm actually really tempted to do that. Actually, no. Let's do that. Let's raise it to low and see what happens. So you see, the second we raise it, it goes from 74 to 61 because immediately some trade routes stop going this way and try to take a longer route that is technically more profitable. But we'll do that. We'll have it on low tolls for now just to get our debt down faster. And also to fund the increasing conquests of China that definitely won't backfire in the future. We'll try to clean up the board later, like annex some of them, incorporate others. A lot of them are on, like, okay laws. They're not too bad. They're not great, but they're not terrible. Like, I wouldn't mind moving some of these to just oligarchy. Which, at least oligarchy should be more stable in the long run. Fringe group violence. Yeah, I'll spend my authority to shut it down just because I don't want that to get worse. We could increase social... Let's increase social security by 1 level, actually. Just so the unemployed aren't in terrible straits to where they're starving and dying. Because I'm pretty sure at level 1, they're still starving badly. Yeah, unemployed, struggling, radicalizing. Yeah. We can't let that happen. Private investment pool is doing fine. Yeah, we've hit 20% already. It's already gone up by almost 1%. Hopefully they'll continue to buy those. It would be easier if we gave them a monopoly. We could actually remove the tea tax now. And maybe... I guess we'll wait for the power block statues to finish. The Shenzi clique. 34 to annex, 14 to subjugate. We might just subjugate for now because we need 10 members to actually gain the last bit of our power block requirements. Speaking of which, Siam has now been subjugated, which means it is now a protectorate. Certain things no longer apply to them, but it also means we own them. They better get used to it. It's actually... Yeah, Shanzi clique next. Let's do that. Wrong one. Wrong button. I don't want to force privatize. I want to force them into our country. And this is why we have most of the military force on the mainland now, so that if anyone in China gets ideas, we can put those ideas down. But we also have the Home Guard, the Nagasaki Guard. Oh, we're so close to getting women's suffrage passed. The Philippines are attacking the Dutch East Indies. The Philippines are attacking the Dutch East Indies. Huh. Didn't think I'd see that happen. Definitely not your normal game. Oh, no, the Forbidden City starts out existing at the start of the game. We already own it. It's just suffering because it's not incorporated right now. That's going to take at least 11 years, provided there's no revolt. So, yeah, we'll see. The peasants are discontent, but that's normal. A normal amount of discontent. And now we can upgrade the infantry. It's very good. Let's then grab... I know we just built modern ironclads, but let's go ahead and grab pre-dreadnoughts. We might as well make sure we have it all. Can build in our subjects. Actually, how expensive is coal? 12%? Well, good thing we gained access to a ton of coal-rich regions that need to be developed. Right? It depends on when we can hit 25% of the whole levels being owned by the Zaibatsu. It is growing at a much faster rate now that the motor industries can be bought up by the Mitsubishi, who have bought up 61 of them in Chugoku, which, yes, I have to hesitate when I say these names because my pronunciation is not going to be great. Let's have a tariff to import. I don't want to import motor industries. I want to export them. So they are buying them up. They were just buying up a different state worth of them first. And if they continue to buy those up, we're going to get a lot closer to finishing this. And then we actually are close to finishing this journal entry for Korea. We just need turmoil to get to less than 10%, which is easier said than done when your government is barely able to maintain legitimacy. You know, turns out when half the country hates you in an area, it's a little difficult to keep them calm. Which is why we'll probably stall in our current position of our conquest of Japan. Yeah, especially because they are a little discontent. They're mainly upset because a lot of them are radicalized and their average standard of living is pretty poor right now. They will maybe get over it at some point. No, women's suffrage has no effect on electoral confidence. It's just an impact on your birth rate dependent. It does affect dependent enfranchisement, but that's kind of unrelated. It doesn't actually have any effect on what you're thinking. The electoral confidence. Would be kind of neat if it had an effect, but I don't think Paradox intends for it to have an effect at all. I just promoted that guy to Admiral and he immediately retired. The guy was like, I got my medals, I'm out. That's actually... I hate that guy. We need to hunt him down, chat. Make sure he doesn't get his pension. He doesn't deserve it. And maybe we get concrete dockyards for the modern ports. It would make merchant marines cheaper, and merchant marines are used by trade centers. Which I've tried to prevent the importation of, so we just focus on making the ports better, but instead we're just... I thought we were making money on importing them, I guess not. It seems like we are. It says they're sell orders, so we should be. But is there anything important? Hardwood actually would be very important right now, considering all the supply ship construction. But no, let's grab modern ports because we are kind of like Britain, a somewhat seafaring dependent nation. And it would make the ports more profitable than they already are, and they're already running on 41 productivity. Yes, activism reduction would be fantastic. We actually have 100 authority again. So, Mitsubishi shall now have a monopoly right on the motor industry, which should cause them to buy them up at a much more rapid pace, since it's going to be very cheap for them now, and the investment pool has millions in it. Also, they'll be more profitable because expense, unless you live on a plantation. No, I mean, the naval fortifications would kind of help them. There it goes. They're buying up a lot now. It does hire some of them, but it's more about defending. Although, that being said, it would make sense, realistically, for us to fully invest like this in the home islands. Just to keep it safe. It would make sense if you think about it. Alright, women now have the right to vote. We are at 21% for the corporate empire out of 25. And that is total building ownership of all building levels, so it could get a little wacky later. We are at 7% electoral confidence. I'm going to scream. And they want me to pass universal suffrage because the industrialists are led by a radical. This is not how I thought it would go. Can I get graduated taxation? I could. That's a lot of money. Can I convince you to... That's... Ooh, that's a lot of money. And it might even be free. Well, free with air quotes. Activates the trade union solidarity too, which means unemployment might start spiking, so... We may need to build yet more construction sectors, which will hopefully bolster the economy, but it is also going to come in handy for the great modernization of China. Sorry, the industrialization of China. Whether it's modernized is a completely different story. But, like, I'd like to annex the Zili clique into Shandong, for example, and kind of just centralize the state a little. That would be nice. Using most of it, but not all of it. Okay. We have more now. It's because all those power block statues finished that we can actually go ahead and build more of these. That's what's going on there. 21.25. Are you buying up the steel mills at all? I assume not. I assume the steel mills haven't been nationalized, so you can't. Right, yeah. Let's... Sorry, I have to find which ledger it is. Building, registry, steel. As soon as I find the steel part, because there isn't a way to search for it that I'm aware of. Ship, silk, steel. Not possible to nationalize any currently filtered buildings. I'm sorry? Pretty sure I can... Oh, because they're technically nationalized and they can't buy them out, I guess. That's kind of funny and sad at the same time. So 1911, okay. The Mitsui... No. Oh, wow. You have a lot of regional HQs. Did I give you investment rights without realizing it? I did. I didn't even realize this, that I had given the Mitsui investment rights. Oh, I bet I meant to give them trade rights, chat, and I gave them investment rights without ever realizing it, and then never noticed, and it's just been that way. That sounds like something I would have done, is give them the wrong rights, never notice, and only now realize that they've been investing overseas in a bunch of different countries. Oh, I hope it's just YouTube lagging and not us. says it's okay on my end, but that doesn't mean it is okay. I mean, it is saying that the resolution expectation is different, but it's not saying anything beyond that. The game itself is also lagging a little, but that has two different circumstances. Oh, the trade union are now led by a feminist. Cool. We're now an unstable government, by the way. Unrelated. Perfectly unrelated. So much ship construction. Not that I mind. We'll probably need it all later. 21.38. Refined steel. You barely even own steel mills, and you're doing the refined steel journal entry. That is not good. I will have to cut those rights in 1911 and then reapply them. Let's actually start Japanizing Beijing. Which, just by putting the national values there, it'll start to convert people eventually. It may take a few weeks before it actually starts, though. There's only 2 states here that are not quite up there. Yeah, you can definitely tell there's some lag in the game from the skips and jumps there. Britain's managed to get over 200 million GDP, so it's at least par for the course. Everyone else is suffering. Did the East Indies go independent, or are they... I think they went independent. We're only observant there, so I can't do much. Well, there is a way to fix that. It's called project power. In the Great South. Bourgeoisie opposing this, and I can't give them anything like political power to make them agree to it. East Indies modernist revolt. Okay. And we can't intervene because we don't have level 2 yet. Ooh, really quickly. I need to add the Shinto monks back into government. The first election, we can now make them no longer care as much about women having rights. They, you know, should still arguably care. It's just, now the Shinto monks are less upset about them being given rights and should calm down sooner. Oh, that is a big jump. Capital fleet. What were we on? Diplomatic fleet? Sure. As soon as we pass graduated taxation, of course. Yeah, it's probably because it's late enough in the game that they could take the option to avoid imploding. But obviously, they're now imploding in a different way through civil war. 81. Ideological differences. What is your government made of? Babe, everyone under the sun, apparently. So that's just not happening. Oh, we can get 6% electoral confidence back with that. Even though it's just going to slowly die out later anyway. It's stalling out at around 22%. I might have to build something like a bunch of textile mills for the Mitsui and just hope the Mitsui buy them later. They will, they're monopolized. So it's kind of a question of when they'll buy it, not if they'll buy it. And then we'll have to just export a bunch of clothes, I guess, to keep it profitable. That would be expensive, though. But I guess we'll find out. Although, once we have graduated taxation, we can just use the funds from that to pay for it with ease. So let's kind of preempt it a little. Actually, instead of preempting it, we could just modernize some of these areas. Ooh, opium, anyone? That sounds good to me. I think we could all go with a round of opium, right, guys? It'll be fine, trust me. It'll be fine. Opium's great for you. It's, how do I dig myself out of this hole that I'm now in? We ignore it. Just ignore the hole. It doesn't exist. There is no hole. Also, I probably don't want to be building too many buildings that can't be owned by one of the big 4. But I think none of the big 4... No, washi paper. You can own the paper mills. Tokai. We might get immigration from our various parts across the world, too. Yeah, Korean and Han Pops are in Kanto, for example. So they'll migrate over. It's fine. I think one of them can, maybe? One of them can get, like, 4 different... No, none of them can. I'm sorry, I was thinking of the wrong one. None of them can. Unfortunately. Oh, I was gonna say, why was it going back to port? It's because their admiral just died. They don't have him anymore. Are we a more legitimate government now? Yes. Okay. So despite our electoral confidence basically being in the gutter, we actually have a legitimate government finally. Thank God. Now we can actually stabilize things. And we'll have concrete dockyards too. There's been a coup in Finland. Completely unrelated, but the game told us about it, so I needed to tell you about it. You're welcome. We also got another power block upgrade. We're still 2 members off, so we're going to get efficient canning practices. That would allow us to run this, which is going to consume an insane amount of fish. But it would also give oil. Why is oil so expensive? Oh, we just switched over the ports. Right. Begins to use oil imports. Why is oil so expensive? Oh, God. Yeah, I wonder why. We could try, but they have significantly... Okay, not significantly. They have somewhat nerfed using a bunch of generals and admirals to raise the clout of a specific interest group. You can still use it because now it scales off their prominence. You just get multiple incurring penalties to opinion with other interest groups if you keep doing it. So you can technically do it. Just, you're going to have a lot of people upset with you if you do it. So it's kind of a question of, is it worth doing? Or is it too expensive? I really want plastic. That's why I keep looking at it. Mass surveillance would be good, actually. More home affairs. So, let's grab antibiotics and mass surveillance. And then we go for compression ignition. Yes, we could replace them. In fact, one of them just died. And I've just unassigned him by accident. Well, at least unassigning isn't instantaneous death, so... Could be worse. Also, our modern ironclads have been built. Just in time to be replaced by the pre-dreadnought, which... I'm told is even better because it's larger. So that makes it better. Wow, that is a lot of hull damage. Oh, and it gets 2? Oh. Oh, that's kind of cool. Yeah, it gets 2. If you want to put 2 on, you don't have to put 2 on. Ooh, that's pretty cool. It's very expensive. Let's build like 10 of them for now. I don't want to break the bank or delete the entire Navy again, because we are spending a lot of money on construction. And subsidies of the railway kind, yeah, if it wasn't owned by the Yatsuda, I would just kill it right now, but I need to inflate the building levels anyway, so here we are. Same troop loading capacity overall. In theory, yeah. If you could balance it all out. In practice... Well, I do want to get rid of the landowners, so... We're in like-minded thinking on that. And there are a lot of landowners around, so we can kind of... You know, let's give one army guy, though. Just one army personnel guy. But that's several new industrialist generals, so there you go. They have so many political concessions, no wonders they're powerful. And soon they'll be letting us tax them. Oh. Well, the good news about these revolts is that once we put them down, it should stabilize our subjects. Keyword is should, doesn't mean it will. But generally speaking, having half the radicals in the country dead is a lot harder to collapse to. 2.5 Liberty Desire. Does Dynam have any subjects, or did it lose them? It lost its subjects. Okay, so it doesn't have any. Because we are going to go ahead and resume our conquests of China. Much faster than historically speaking. Then again, China collapsing sooner probably doesn't help. Yep, but that's also why we want to kind of incorporate some of them later. Hello? Oh, the Russian-American company technically exists still? That's weird. Okay. Even though Alaska's gone. Oh, probably because the Americans took Alaska. They didn't buy it, they, like, stole it. That would make a lot more sense, then. If they had just ripped it out of the Russian hands. Or how much of this are we importing? Not too much. We should make more cotton plantations, then. Definitely not artificially inducing the need for things like cotton. Not at all. Not at all. Which I know is going to do the whole building levels thing we talked about. But the textile mills do need profitability to be bought. So, yeah. Kind of need to do that. I'm a little worried about our debt. We might raise taxes as soon as the new tax law passes. It's those railways is what's hurting us, though. Followed by the interest rate. And then there's the ship construction, but there's not too much I can do about that. We're actually only using a portion of it, which is good. Guangxi back down. That's easy. Now we can improve relations. Chile withdraws from the treaty. Oh, I didn't need him at this point. So as soon as this passes, that's 271, but we could raise it 598. What I'm really hoping for, though, is that raises our standard of living because the main group of employed pops should be doing better because they'll be taxed less. Well, in theory, in practice, who knows? In practice, they may all just jump off a cliff together and I won't even know what's going on. Tokai could actually use a rail. Well, they're already building one. Good. So I don't need to build as many then. UA pops in Kanto. Sure, UA pops in Kanto. We don't care that much about them, right? Actually, I think that some of these trade centers are very profitable. And then I look at others and they can just not squeeze out a profit. What are you paying in tolls? The Urison toll? Wow, we're trading all the way up here. Really? Okay. And Denmark's antagonistic, so they're not keen on negotiating. Cool. Well, nice to know they're being rude, being mean about it. Oh! Oh, yeah! Now that they've probably collapsed, we no longer have the negotiated, toll concessions down here. Uh-oh. Huh. That would explain why the toll pricing has suddenly gone up. Speaking of which, the tolls in the Tsugaru Strait are nowhere near as Wow. So, with the tolls active, chat, there's only 10k revenue here as all the trade reroutes elsewhere. But if the second I turn it off, boom, they all start trading through here instead. And making it cheaper for them. So it's actually arguably better for us to just leave it like that. So their trade centers are more profitable and presumably their demand stays high. We could actually export some of our Swift Merchant Marines now. It's actually maybe a bit too many of them. But yeah, we'll let the private investment pool take over construction again. We're almost at 23% for corporate empire, so our strategy is working. And at the rate this is going, it will handle itself. Too many. Oh, because of the conscripts. It's right, Jesus. Really quick, I need to rename this army as well really quickly. Just Marine Army, so I know, hey, that's the army full of Marines that are meant to land and take stuff. Why do you have trench infantry? Get out of here. This is a Marines-only army, and we will not be having these non-Marines in here. Just running around. Yeah, I'm hoping that the lag clears up. But some of that could be user side, some of that could be my side. I don't think it is my side. The internet says it's fine here. Ah, so close. If they're willing to become a subject, that would make this a lot easier. But they're kind of like packing everyone into government. Technically, that is something we could do. We could bring in the rule folk. But I'm trying to maintain a somewhat legitimate government so we can start reverting all the fact that a lot of people hate us. It's actually helping to slowly calm Korea down in some areas, but it's not helping in others, so, yeah. We'll get there. We'll get there eventually. We did drop prices for fabric, at least. Maybe it's just some of the lag in the game, because I am noticing that, thanks to us being in the late game. Which, unfortunately, there isn't much you can do about that, which is not great. Actually, can we... Just to make sure we're not exporting fabric. I assumed we weren't exporting fabric, but knowing me, if I don't check, the game's gonna have us exporting fabric somewhere without me paying it any attention. And then I'm gonna be very upset that all of our fabric is gone for seemingly no reason. And then, of course, there is an achievement to do, chat. Our graduate taxation has passed. Now that we presumably have our pre-dreadnoughts ready. Spain! Would you like to buy a ship? As soon as I can figure out which one's the pre-dreadnought. The Fukushima. Would you like to buy a Fukushima? I'd be willing to offer it to you almost for free, actually, with trade privileges. There you go. That is for selling a pre-dreadnought class warship to a country with the Hispanic cultures, one of the Hispanophone cultures. Spain is the most obvious one, obviously. So we just sold them a ship because achievement. It could be a mixture of both, too. If it is YouTube, I'm not sure if there's anything I can do. But, you know, sometimes YouTube is going to be YouTube, and we all get to cry in the corner. Why are the Yasuda just building so many railways? I don't understand. Are they just, like, railroad happy? I don't know. You know what? Let them do their thing, I guess, in the background. Just ignore them. I guess them having a monopoly on a lot of stuff is just sending them into a craze of funds. Oh, look at that. We started exporting a few of them, and suddenly the ports are extremely profitable again. Except this trade center, which is actually dying due to tolls, the more I look at it. The ones not paying that many tolls seem to be doing a lot better. Although, apparently we're importing art, which I find to be really funny. Oh, wow, this is mainly an import hub. It doesn't really export that much. Understandable. Surprising, but understandable. It looks like standard of living is going up just a smidge. Kind of went down a lot for some, though. Tobacco's getting more expensive. We actually could, instead of building up... What can you build up in Korea? Build up a lot of tea and opium and silk. I guess, yeah, that's the corporate empire stuff we need to. So we're kind of just waiting for this to finish now before we upset it again. I would say once the AI is better at its economy again and the economy is doing better, trade should become more healthy again. And once trade is more healthy, it should feel a lot better. But at the current point, it doesn't feel that good because the AI is struggling to get its economy going for most of the game. And that's why it doesn't feel good. Anyway, we're going to invade Vietnam now and make it a subject so we can connect all the way to Siam by land. Just don't need our troop transports as much. But we should probably build up the troop transports later. Is this 9 pre-dreadnoughts? We have one named the Beijing. That's funny. Yeah, you're all pre-dreadnoughts. Oh, that's probably because we moved the Navy down here and they didn't join up, huh? Yeah, okay. Oh, fair enough. It'll be fine where it is for now. Revolution in northern China. Is that a... Yes, it is. Dang, we already put one revolt down for them. Now we gotta put down an even larger one. Oh, man, the Chinese are being in such trouble for no reason. As if we weren't causing the problems ourselves to begin with by invading the country and occupying it. Only downside is that we're probably going to see our pop growth fall in a few areas. One of them is massively unemployed, so those pops are just going to suffer. Also poor pay, too, apparently. Less problematic, but probably still worth noting. Oh, yes. We do have a production method to switch still once we actually have oil. There is enough oil. Fish, on the other hand, we don't have, but fish is in this funny state of, we have no one to work us, so we're broke. And so it never expanded. So we actually have plenty of fishing opportunities that we can now expand on. This is going to make the food industry suffer for a while, but perfect time to invest in fishing wharves. Yes, I know that is going to affect the building levels here, but I'm watching food prices go up, and that's not good. We need to drop food prices somehow, and so there's your solution. Fish. Another form of meat, if I might add. North China tier increased. Okay, so that's back up to hegemonic. I think it fell back down because we moved some of our armies away, and the revolt's obviously taken some of the land now. We could actually... What are we looking at as far as the average transportation cost? So on average, it's actually extremely cheap, except for the HQ areas where it's not as cheap. Most of the HQ areas, at least. But I could see making all the logging camps probably use it. Although our unemployment is at a couple million, so we might be able to run without it for a while. Yeah. Railway subsidies are pretty painful, though. I can't wait to drop the subsidies soon as the journal entry finishes. That'll feel really good when it drops. Ooh, 104 iron in this one state. Thank God it has a lot of unemployed then. So we can actually build it up. And utilize it. I'm also temporarily subsidizing the fishing wharves just to ensure that they will hire and they won't just stop hiring at random intervals and just choke themselves. Because that would really suck. 24.57. I mean, they should be building a fair bit still and buying up more. I saw them building more motor industries. They are actually building a bunch of steelworks now, so that's good. I don't see them buying out the steelworks. They're just building new ones, which works. That's fine enough. We can work with that. It's not perfect, but it works. Yeah, I just gotta get it to that 25. They're very close. It looks like they're moving faster than our construction pool is because of the stuff they're buying out. They're probably buying out the textile mills that we built earlier. Yeah, they are. Benin wants to allow us to invest into them. All the way in good little Africa. Oh, nope. Random spam phone call. Let's not. Dechen. I forgot some of them have the name change depending on if they're a subject or not. That's funny. Alright, I have accidentally turned the phone screen off. I can't see anyone now. There you guys go. So, we have our mandate. I think we're at, what, 10 members now? Finally. So, our final principle could really be almost anything. We actually have a lot of options here. Colonial offices could be fun just to reduce infamy generation against unrecognized powers, but we're in 1912. So something like police coordination for authority and political movement activism or transportation infrastructure might be better. That's something I need to think on for a minute, actually. Let's get corporate empire done first, since that's pretty close. And I know they can buy up the iron mines. We have a company that can do that. So we're just going to invest into the iron mines and let them buy them up. Because that's exactly what they're going to do. I don't think they have a monopoly on the iron mine, but they very much can buy it up. Well, one of them can. Oh, it might be the Mantetsu. It's the Mitsubishi. The Mitsubishi. There it is. The corporate empire is finally done. So, we can either give Kanto better urbanization permanently, or the armed forces get 20 years of more strength. Oh, we'll grant free additional company charters. I see what it's saying. So either they're more construction bonus or one free charter. I kind of want to see what it looks like with Kanto getting even better urbanization, though. For each 50, so that'll make it, what, 45? So how many levels is it going to get? It went from 607 to 675, as if it couldn't even As if it could even employ to begin with. Are they poor in this building? Oh yeah, they're poor. But that's also added it as an amendment to interventionism, which it would have been great if we had switched to laissez-faire beforehand, but then you can't do monopolies. It also reduces the political strength per vote. It makes voting matter less, I guess. Our electoral confidence is still 0, which sucks, but now it should begin to eventually improve without as much issue. At the very least, the worst of it is over. And then this journal entry just needs the turmoil to go down, which it might continue to go down if we continue to make it more and more Japanese. Maybe. But yeah, I probably could have done the charter instead. I just wanted to see the construction. Also, Kanto, I wanted to see what it would look like with that on. Because now if we go to companies, our companies now have a 65% construction bonus, which we head over to the private pool here and find one of them. With state construction efficiency and company construction efficiency, you are now looking at over 70% efficiency bonus. It's almost making it to where it only needs half the construction points to build with something in a state, which is kind of sick in a cool way. I am thinking the colonial offices, Vincent. On the other hand, since we're getting to that hegemonic stage in China and Indochina, it does cost a lot less to do war goals there now. Like, if I were to go and annex Mongolia, it costs me 10 infamy. And that's not even a lot. Oh, North China's not hegemonic anymore. It keeps going up and down. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. We could also just do vassalization 2 for more authority, but I think we should get a principal in this slot first. Do our subjects have law enforcement? You do. I think a lot of you do. Yeah. Because if they have at least level 1 law enforcement and we get law enforcement 3, that would actually make them more stable. It also gives us more authority to spend, but there's also transportation infrastructure because that does make the ports better, and the economy of scale cap is good. Transportation gets even cheaper. Economy of scale is nice. And we are stable-ish. We're just very over... A lot of it is just because of our charter limit, really. So yeah, we could do transportation infrastructure. We might pivot to law enforcement if we start having an issue with stability. But I think it'll be fine. Ooh, can we do social monarchy? No, no one wants it. Okay, well, I'm not getting rid of the Emperor. This is a pro-Emperor stream. Yeah, the 10% throughput is good if you can build up to it. Obviously, certain deposits, for example, may run into a cap and can't build up to it, but that's a case-by-case basis, which is a little harder to decide on. We do need to stop construction soon and let the private pool just fully take it over as I spam more out. Just because our debt is growing a lot. But now there are Japanese pops in Beijing, so have fun with that. If you find that fun at all. Thankfully, the Forbidden City is staying fully occupied, too. I'm very happy to see that. Oh, is Shenzhen properly connected, or are we mappy issued? Okay, so this is not a correctly connected state. I need to reload to fix that. But I don't want this to be a stream of reloads, so we'll wait for parts of Manchuria to incorporate as well before we do that. Otherwise, it's just a constant stream of reloading the same save and maybe crashing, and that's not really fun to watch, so we're gonna try to not do that. At least where we can. And maybe at some point the Yatsuda will stop building railways everywhere. Why? Why are they... I get because at the time it's extremely profitable, but why are they building so... I am taking your railway privileges away. I am taking them away. You are spamming too many of them. No more railroad privileges for the Yasuda. They can't be trusted with it anymore. for whatever reason. I'm gonna give the Mitsubishi iron mine rights instead. Yeah, being a literal puppet. I mean, the debuff was kind of your electoral confidence just dying and going out the window, but now that the Corporate Empire journal entry is done, it'll slowly recover as the elections go on. And it should eventually... I don't want to attack Belgium. Why would I attack Belgium? It barely exists as a state on the map as it is. And it's so far away. There's just no reason. No reason at all. It'd be like kicking a puppy. There's just no reason. That one CEO was definitely addicted to railways. They're still going to get their constructions through on it that they're already doing. But hopefully by hard breaking that monopoly, it will stop them from spamming it, because now it's just not as much. That's a lot of obstinance. Yeah, they are pretty upset. Well, maybe their standard of living will improve over time and it'll get better. Or maybe they'll continue to starve. I don't know. It's kind of a mixed bag. It's one or the other. Oh, that sounds like I don't care at all. But I do care. Oh yeah, this state has no unemployed now, huh? That's good. Oh my god, another revolution. They just can't help themselves. Railway subsidies are through the roof. I hate it so much. Well, how is paper doing now that we built up some more? I assume it's still expensive. It's gotten cheapish, actually. Trade centers. You know what? We should give someone trade center rights. As soon as I find the authority to do that. Oh, right. I need to revoke your steel monopoly because I can't buy out the steel mills. Which is probably going to upset them, but, you know, yeah. I'll buy out at least one of the steel mills for now. That way they can start buying them out. And then... who should... I don't trust the Yatsuda because they railroad spammed and that was extremely bad of them. What do we want to export the most of, actually, chat? What do you all make? Washi paper exports would be pretty cool. Do we even export paper already? We do, actually, except textiles are an even bigger export, apparently. We could clothe the world, which might actually be a better idea. So that'll be the Mitsui. Who also have investment rights, so, you know, yeah, sure. Why not? They get everything. Actually, I am going to revoke the investment rights. I kind of want that authority back. And then I can give them Mentetsu. Ooh, does the Mitsubishi not have paper mill rights? Monopolies? They do now. For no apparent reason. It's getting serious. In a way, it kind of is, yeah. But yeah, we're just going to give out those monopolies, let the economy grow off of higher prices, which is definitely a smart thing and won't backfire at all. In real life. It absolutely would. And we're going to kind of just let the private investment pool do what it wants with that for now. Because I cannot afford to keep this construction going. Oh, right, we have to pay for shipping lanes. Which makes sense, but, you know. You sometimes forget that you gotta pay for that stuff. Automation will probably stick into later when the unemployment and peasant numbers get down. Right now, they're actually kind of high-ish. And pops are just kind of migrating around from spot to spot looking for a job. Some of that is urban centers firing people, I'm pretty sure. Do we have enough automobiles to actually upgrade that automation for it, though? Not necessarily, but we could probably build more if we really wanted to. Probably 9 more here. And then maybe we can automate some of the trade centers, urban centers. Most of it is just poor in general. Would that even help? It claims it would help. That doesn't mean it would help. As I've learned in this game, just because it claims to help does not mean it will help. Unfortunately, there is a difference. They'll at least be able to buy. Oh, we don't have the trade center set up to privatize, do we? No, we do. We do. So they should buy them up eventually if they feel up to the task. Might also decide they just don't want to. You know. Chemical fertilizer? Sure, why not? Make a nice slaughterhouse, which I forgot to start using. And fertilizer plants can use oil now. Which is expensive, but that's why you import your oil. Or at least why you can import your oil. Whether you should import your oil or make it yourself, that is up to your circumstances. Man, these farms are kind of everywhere, huh? All scattered about. But at least you brought down the grain price a little. That might help standard of living go up just a point or two in some spots. I don't think any of the four Zabatsu can own automobile industries. There's definitely a company or two out there that can, but I don't think any of them can, and we're kind of capped out here. But that's fine if they can't. The government can always just own them, right? What could go wrong? Could go wrong with government ownership? I can't imagine. Okay, presuming they're not going to build more trade centers yet, maybe we build more ourselves here. Just a few. Oh, are we not pushing or... Oh, no, we are. It's just taking time. Okay. That's fine. So, level 5 healthcare, level 5 home affairs systems, because we got antibiotics while I was yammering, and I'd never noticed. Oh, good. More authority. Let's grab that. And then I guess we can move towards compression ignition to improve the economy. So why not? They're generally loyal now. That's good. So what do we get again if this finishes? I don't think it's anything too important, right? You get some authority and prestige that's decaying, assimilation and migration. Or you can give a company some bonuses for 15 years, which kind of sounds neat, but either one doesn't last forever. Although one of them lasts a fair while. Yeah, we have the Colonial Affairs Institution. We just, I think it's is it this Frontier? Yeah, it's Frontier, so we actually can't use it beyond our home island. Although we probably could change it over if we don't get too much pushback from those in charge. Right. I mean, we could also just get more bureaucracy. Actually, we're using some of it right now, so let's not push any buttons. We did promise to get capital fleet from the diplomatic fleet, actually, which I see we already broke that promise, so it doesn't really matter as much. Yeah, right. Forgot about that. Okay, in that case, don't really need it. Protectionism was good. Regulatory bodies, censorship. Could try to pass wage subsidies. Not gonna happen. Don't need multiculturalism. Yeah, there isn't too much for us to pass at the moment. Yeah, I guess we could get colonial exploitation and we could colonize more of, like, the Pacific out here. Maybe down here in Papua. If, opportunity allows. If Batsu cooperation gives us more money, that would be nice. Okay, are we done with the railroad craze? No. Unfortunately, we're not done with the railroad craze at all, chat. In fact, now other companies are doing it. I don't know why there's a craze for railroads in our country, but there are. Like, half the construction pool is just railroads. I entrusted it to them in the hopes they would allow us to lower our debt, but they're just building railroads with it. I don't understand. Have they lost their minds? Perhaps they have lost their minds just a little. Not a lot, just, you know, a little. I could give this to both of them. That would keep the current ruling party. Oh, restricted colonial outsourcing. Reduces throughput in unincorporated states. Colonial growth speed, that's not really helpful. Like, at all. I thought it was something maybe we could take advantage of. You know, we get a negative somewhere, but we get a positive elsewhere, but that doesn't really do anything for us, so I don't really care as much. Yeah, the Manchu are just kind of slowly becoming more militant because their base acceptance is bad, and their standard of living is just bad. We may have to put them down a second time in the future here. Not that I want to, but they might force our hand. I mean, yeah, you've got a lot of unemployed and peasants, but the peasants should be fine. They are fine. They're not even that radicalized. I guess it's just the remaining followers are heavily radicalized, and that's what it is. That lack of electoral confidence is killing us. I don't think we can justify the railways at this point. I think they're just building a wall near the border to spark another diplomatic incident so we can invade that country next. And it's just a domino effect of invading countries that we can't seem to stop, apparently. Apparently, Siam had the fantastic idea to attack Britain, so we might be watching Siam just lose territory for free here. Because, yeah, nothing says attack. Why are you doing this? I don't even know if your army's going to be that good. I mean, the Brits don't have a much larger army, but they have a much better army, so... What is the plan there? They are for the journal entry. Like, it's enough for the journal entry, but we're waiting for... We're waiting for the turmoil to go down, which can take years, so... The journal entry may not finish for a while. Because all these states have to have less than 10 turmoil. And that is not exactly happening right now. We have a lot of radicals, you see. And I don't know if I can get the standard of living up enough to de-radicalize most of them. Some of them, yes, but not most of them. But a good chunk of the Korean Peninsula is now Japanese. In fact, there are 16.7 million Korean pops total in our country. And the game, apparently. We'll see how that number holds up. They are still top 3 with a 10.5. We'll have to hope they keep assimilating at a faster and faster pace. Though we'll see if they do. Oh, did the Manchu calm down slightly? That's good. Not a lot, I assume, but they calmed down a little. God, they really want me to do this diplomatic play against Belgium, and I just don't want to. Oh. The Russians have an actual revolt. It is losing, but they have an actual revolt for once. We could stop the decrees, but they're not a majority Japanese, you know? Like, we could keep the decrees going. Although, that being said, we should build the power block statues in these 3 states as well. So that when we start to use it there, it'll already be ready for us. Mostly ready, at least. It's going to take over a year just to have it around. Ooh, Social Democrat for the Shinto. That's neat. Okay, what would you want if we added you? I don't think anything important, right? No. Not like a good important, at least. More subjects for the subject pile. What if we annex one? Nah, we'll just keep expanding for now. Get more of China. Are they a majority? I don't think they are a majority in one of the states yet. There are 33 in that one. No, they're not a simple majority in any yet, but in one of them they've reached 33.2, which is good. Oh, I see what you mean. We actually need level 3 colonial affairs for the journal entry. Totally missed that. Thank you for mentioning it, Vincent. Also, apparently we've been missing out on 709 unrealized taxes, so Our current standard of living might be partially a lie built on the foundations of not collecting taxes. So let's correct that, shall we? Just correct that a little. Mongolia eventually. We're invading Hunan for now, but I might do Mongolia next just to spread it out there. Do have level 5 healthcare, which bumped us up a little. And of course, level 5 home affairs is probably why the Manchus quieted down just a little. Not a lot, but definitely a little, and it helps prevent the Han from doing issues. Some issues, there's still going to be a problem, of course. Ah, the machine gun. Nothing bad could happen from that. 160 million pop, still growing at 2 million. At the rate we're going, we should hit 1 billion. It's just a question of when. It's going to be a very late when. We definitely aren't doing too fast. That being said, it does kind of depend on if you're including subject GDP or not. If you include subject GDP, we're definitely a lot higher. Especially because we could annex them later. Sweet, now they're a subject. And we're making over 200,000 ducats. Why is this Shanxi clique giving us the most money? Because their economy started skyrocketing after we brought them in. I guess that makes sense. So I can only establish it in Guinea because that's the only place where I have enough of an established interest. You have almost none out here in the island chains, huh? Interesting. So maybe we... Sorry, I'm still getting used to some of the controls here. Kind of do those two regions instead. Yeah, right. The government subjects love us and the pops hate us. Although, thanks to increases in standard of living and a actual legitimate government that's not contested, the number of radicals is starting to fall, especially in the home islands. So it is getting a little easier to maintain stability as time goes on. Only a little, but every little bit helps. Mongolia. Make protectorate. Yes. It's 3.3 infamy. It's not even worth it in the front page news. It's going to be somewhere in the back page. Japan invades Mongolia. They're not even going to note it on TV. That's just how little it matters to the wider world. So many railways. I can't wait for the whole thing to crash like a bubble. Yes, it'll hurt our economy a bit, but, you know, they also started it. It's a little aggressive towards the companies, but I'm upset with them for doing all of that. Anyway, time to make more opium for no apparent reason. I don't think we can have peasants on the island at all, right? We've got an area that could use some building. But other than that one, there is this one. May as well finish off the tea. Do I need the soak still? Could always export it. Just kind of getting rid of all of the little subject state. Not subject state, peasant states. 202, huh? Oh, the fascist movement appeared. Cool. Now, see, now we can do most of Manchuria and Korea. Paid Gigashell. You're not paid, though. You're just here chatting, and I'm chatting back with you. So, this journal entry might time out, but I don't think it will. Unowned homeland states and territorial claims. What do I have a claim on? Oh, right, the islands, yeah. Which are now independent. Gimme. Yeah, I figured. That was gonna go to war. They don't have Oh, wait. Oh, they're fully recognized. Like, they own the Alaska bit and everything. Really? Really? Huh. Oh, that's so interesting. Oh, that's interesting. Why did Britain join? I didn't expect Britain to join. That's kind of a problem. Beiyang went communist. They got exiled to Taiwan and went communist. Uh-oh. More importantly, the uh-oh alarms are ringing because Britain's around now. Yeah. So about those dreadnoughts, I'm gonna need like another 50 of them. I mean, 50 dreadnoughts is a lot, right? Like that should be fine. They're gonna invade and murder us, aren't they? I mean, they have free dreadnoughts too, which I assume are actually really strong dreadnoughts. Although I noticed this fleet is heavy stacked. So maybe we could actually beat the British, because they've heavy stacked this navy and it's having a supply shortage. Yeah, it's got a lot of defense, but not a lot of attack. We might be able to win this, actually. We might be able to win this. This actually needs to be combined. Wait, did we make extra ships then? 50 modern ironclads. Are you... You're... 50 modern ironclads? You are 50 modern ironclads. Oh, I see what happened. I see what happened. Okay. Yeah, I guess we should build another navy then. Even though it's going to be expensive. I'm used to clicking on the portrait being adding them. I don't know why. But I'm used to it. Okay, why are you not... Oh, you have no... Because there's no one to work the bloody ships. I'm an idiot. Okay, hang on. Because we have no one to work the bloody ship, so no one's actually on the ship. And this one is at half population. I need to massively expand the naval administrations. Okay. Oops. Yeah, Japan's withdrawing off. Britain is withdrawing from all of our agreements. Not surprising, really. What can I return state? Oh, I can return the state for Siam. Oh. Yeah, let's do that. You are missing a general. Promote you. Is anyone else missing a general before we go into war and die? No, okay. Mobilize the home guard as well. And, before I forget, we do have access to machine gunners now, so that needs to be done too. Britain has enough of an economy to actually be a problem. Need to focus on military aspects here. Let's switch screens really quickly here. What do we want to take from this war? Presuming they don't back down. Now, they could just back down on the end here, and we kind of have a nothing burger on our hands. Oh, do they have Hong Kong? They do have Hong Kong. So, I do want to take that, obviously. Canada's 99.1 infamy. Oh, God. British East Guangdong, obviously. We got to kick the British out. I think we're already using rail transportation for the troops, are we? Yeah, we're already using it for them all. I was going to say, I know I forget things, but please tell me I didn't forget about rail transportation. That would be humiliating. I have 215 maneuvers to spend here. It's more about how much infamy am I willing to go over and how much of a war am I willing to fight. Because taking Alaska and taking Australia would be pretty nice. And Ceylon, actually. And then what we're actually going to do, chat, we're going to make Alaska a primary goal to make sure they don't back down. We're going long haul for this, and it looks like... Oh, Britain owns a weird piece of territory there. Do they own the Yunnan clique as well? They do. Okay. So there is 5.2 for British Laos. And then can we make them transfer Yunnan as well? Yes. So this is going to be a lot of infamy, but this is basically us kicking Britain out of as much of India as we can. We could go for the liberate as well. We have so much maneuvers. They must have increased the amount of maneuvers you get into the game, because this is an insane number of maneuvers. I cannot target Canada because Canada is not even in an observed region, so I can't even target Canada, and there's not enough time to build it up, unfortunately. Yeah, we could technically liberate Oregon, I suppose. Oh, they have New Zealand as well. I'd rather take stuff, though, that we can afford to take. Can I target New Zealand? I don't think I can. I don't see New Zealand on here. Is New Zealand the subject? Oh, no, right. It's because, duh. Never mind. I figured it out. Don't worry. Oh, they've been reinvading India. I see. Okay. No, we'll just take the Shan states, and I think that is just about everything that we'd want to take from them. Let's not go too overboard here, because this infamy level is already going to make a lot of countries hate us. More could join the diplomatic play, and it's going to make our subjects grow in liberty desire and like us less. By the way, Vietnam's a puppet now. No one wants to join the war because they don't like us. Mexico. Poor Mexico. Torn in half. Gone too soon. And all that. Chat, where's the 3rd Navy? Oh, it's joined up with the 1st Navy that was previously assigned to. Right, okay. Because it didn't leave, because they didn't have ships. Starting to better understand the game. Actually, I heard privateering is fun. How much supplies do we need out here? Several thousand? See, I'm worried, when you say several thousand, I'm worried that's going to translate into all our supplies vanish the second we leave. And that worries me. But, I want to try. So, let's try. And then, troop transports can't really defend themselves. We really should build a 2nd Navy, which I was planning to do and then messed up. Because, fun fact, when you build the ships, chat, they actually have to travel to the fleet that they're going to be a part of. So, that's a little fun tidbit for you there. They actually need to join up with that fleet. They can't just sit around or instantly spawn where it is, like they used to. Positioning matters more than before. No, it's not that Bengal doesn't want land that Britain has. It's that Bengal doesn't like us enough to join the war against us. They hate both sides, is what I'm saying. And because of that, they don't want to help anyone. Plan invasion. Here. So, you're the transport fleet, right? Yeah. We're going to go ahead and use the Marines to start invading over here first. Can you upgrade, actually? Oh, yeah, you can upgrade into Assault Marines now. Sweet. The good news, though, is that Britain wasn't really ready for this kind of war. They didn't have that many units positioned over here, which is fantastic news for us because it means we can actually invade Malaysia before they're even up here. There's another revolt going on. Which, rings a bell from history, actually, in the future. That they weren't ready for Malaysia to be invaded, huh? So, they actually have 150 divisions, but keep in mind, 120 of those divisions are at home. They have to be brought over by the Navy. The problem is the Navy has to get over there, embark them, and then bring them to the target location. So it takes time. It can take a significant amount of time, actually. Hey, look, we stole stuff. Not a lot of stuff. I actually don't think we're going to be able to steal a lot from Britain. I just wanted to test it out and see how piracy would go. And then we're probably going to bring the Navy back for actual missions. Okay, let's... Before this gets out of hand, just reposition one of them over here. I don't want to deal with a revolt somehow winning when I'm not paying attention. Especially because right now it looks like we're doing fine. The home islands are safe as well. You could actually get another, like, 10 shrapnel artillery. What about you? Are you mostly skirmish infantry or trench infantry? Yeah, but we could give you 10 more troops. I don't want too much, but we need everyone to hold their own. Yeah, basically, it's kind of like actual World War II, where the invasion happens so quickly and so soon that they don't have a lot of troops positioned and ready. Wait. I can't invade Alaska because it doesn't have the southern coastline of Alaska. I guess we're invading Colombia then. So I guess we could have gotten parts of Canada after all, but I wasn't really considering it at the time. Okay, our subjects are kind of going into default, which sounds like it should be my problem, but I don't consider it my problem, so yeah. Oh, now we are really stealing stuff. We're at 150 engines. We're stealing almost 400 fabric and just depositing it into our little market. I say little. I assume it's stealing it from their market, but I don't actually know if it is. I haven't been able to see that happening. Promoted fascist leader. Maybe I should read when I'm clicking. You know, chat, maybe I should read when I'm clicking. They actually seem to be a little powerful. Let me switch back over real quick. Oh, yeah, you know, they're 12% of the country. It's not that bad. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's okay. Everything's fine. Oh, here's hoping the naval invasion goes off without a hitch. You know what's funny? We can actually steal more goods if we have more ships, which are currently being built at the dockyard right now and scheduled to be sent over when they are actually finished. That's why you saw me suddenly increase the amount of ship construction we had, because it takes a long time to build these ships, because the construction speed is capped at 25. I haven't found a way to increase that yet. There might be a company that gives you more ship construction per ship. I don't know if there is. I just haven't seen an example of that yet. So just because I haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It just means I haven't seen it. -5 modern standard living for... The National Citizens Alliance. What are the intelligentsia doing? Oh. Okay. Okay. A march might occur on Edo, chat. Just to warn you in advance, that might happen. An embargo against Toba. Okay, sure. That's easy. Done. They're a minor country. I don't care if I can't trade with them. Are they already ticking down in war support? I don't control Alaska, though. Oh! Are these... Oh! Because that's their empire capital. We don't even have to invade Alaska, but now I have anyway, so... Students rally to the fascist movement. That doesn't sound like words that should be coming out of my mouth. Or happening at all in general in our country. What are y'all doing over there? So let me just enforce military access real quick to put down that uprising. Thank you very much. 800 million GDP. We'll definitely hit 1 billion. It's gonna be the 1920s where we do. So not great, not terrible. I feel like we could have gotten further, but with all the mappy bugs we were facing, that definitely was hurting us for at least a decade. So we couldn't snowball as hard. And not snowballing sucks. I don't think we've had any naval battles yet. But we are stealing over 600 fabric, which is fun. I don't know... I don't see it taking it out of their market, so I don't know if it's doing anything. Maybe it just hurts the trade centers that are trading it. Like, maybe they suffer from the piracy? Not that I'm seeing any examples of that, so I really couldn't tell you. If we're making money, that's fine. I'm fine with that. If we're just making money off of it, that works for me. It seems funny. At least we should probably get more ships in it for next time. Over 700 fabric now. The Japanese pirates of the English Channel. They're more like privateers, not pirates. But is there really a difference right now? At this stage? Although what we really need to do is... Since I know I don't need to actually invade Canada, I would like to invade either Vandeman's Land or invade the home counties. But I think the home counties, 48 defense compared to... Oh, you have no supply up here because there's... Yeah, let's just get you out of there then. Let's invade Tasmania in that case. Marines can't be used because you're fighting, I'm pretty sure. Already stationed in Northern Colombia. Yeah. You know what? I'll just have a different army do it. They won't be as effective, but they can do it. We'll just have to grab the Malaysian front one, I guess. Grab one of them. Well, fame power. Have an admiral reach with a lifetime privateering amount of 1 million. You have not been privateering that long, my guy. What are you taking? How do you even know that you've gotten 1 million? Is there a way to see that on them? Humiliating defeat, humiliating defeat, humiliating defeat, humiliating... Were you even fighting in naval battles? Who are you? Are you just lying on your resumes? I don't even know what he's doing. Yep, so that is a march on Edo. Oops. I guess they're in the government. They already were in the government for reference, chat, so that didn't really change much. Just gives us the 2 little journal entries that I don't think have been touched at all. Oh, but we immediately finished the modernization program, so that's cool. Port efficiency. You know what? Sure. Port efficiency. Why not? Build more ships. Nation above self. I don't think we can really accomplish. Oh, it immediately self-closed. Okay. All right. Never mind then. It closed itself. It's done. Oh, that makes sense. They're just like damaging the ships a little before they arrive with the fleet. If they're even being built, I think they're all still... Yeah, they're like 2 weeks away from being finished, so it's still taking time. Yeah. Oh, I'm sure populating the entire home islands with soldiers won't go wrong. Okay. So what is... Britain's willing to give up nothing right now. That's not too surprising. But now we own a part of Alaska, so that's funny. Okay, good. The Marines are actually getting supplies again. Wow, they need thousands of... I feel like it might be pathing the wrong way around the world for those supply ships, but okay, alright. Because apparently they need a lot of supply ships. Well, we can build up our subjects. Why not? We need more wood. And they need to be less on fire from a lack of employment, so there you go. And if you go there, then you're going to deal with that. Yang cliques in default, that's fine by me. I am not white piecing. I will win this war. I will death war this if I have to. Good thing they're not intercepting the transport ships, because I'm pretty sure they're busy dealing with piracy, maybe? Oh, did you just win a battle? I don't know. 141 iron. Yes, steal their iron. 0 of our supply ships sunk. Oh, look at that. All 41 of them are actually moving as a fleet together. Cool. I guess they all finished at the same time, so that's neat. Oh, the Manchu have gotten very militant in a very short amount of time. What happened? I guess they highly radicalized? Oh, the time modifier wore out. Right, yeah. Oh, it would really suck for them to revolt here. I don't want to do multiculturalism. I guess subjecthood? No, because I think, doesn't that radicalize the Han movement then? Doesn't the Han movement actually dislike that? Which is already pretty upset and getting more upset due to increased radicalization? Oh, events radicalize them. I see. I see. See you later, Vincent, once you're back. So yeah, they got radicalized by various events. That's why it suddenly showed up. So Manchuria is probably going to revolt against us, and we'll have to put it down, unfortunately. But after that, it should be fine. It sucks, and that's annoying, but oh well. Once they calm down, it won't be as bad anymore. There you go. Level 3 transportation infrastructure. We then need to use joint steam trains instead of regular steam trains, because it's going to just default it back to the worst option possible. Because it loves us that much that it's going to do exactly that and nothing else. Is it due to high unemployment here? I know the peasants aren't living a great life, but I mean, blocking the healthcare system will do that. So, I don't know what they expected. So, we just need Ceylon transferred now. Which is fantastic. France, plan invasion, Ceylon. The forces at the Yunnan front, because our subjects have enough troops at this point to where they can hold it on their own. They don't need us. Looks like we even have some trapped armies of the enemy, which is fantastic. I guess we should be looking towards heavily modernizing the Korean Peninsula further. Ooh, so this is either going to make it or break it. Okay, well, it didn't revolt right away, so there's that. You know, for better or worse. I think we can make a lot of paper, right? In our country. It's specifically our country. Yeah, we can make a lot of paper jobs. Beijing could probably get, like, what, 50 paper? I know it's going to need more administration later anyway. But yeah, after we got most of those taxes collected again, our budget became much healthier. Might also be why some of them suddenly dropped, is because of the whole being taxed thing, but oh well. Right, yeah, because you have cold relations with me, so you don't like me already to begin with. Then the others are not too happy because of the high infamy. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, some of the armies have no org now. Oh, because we don't have supply ships anymore. Yeah, I guess that would make sense. So, I mean, well, what are you looting right now? Did you start getting more? You did start getting more. But let's take the modern ironclads here and decommission them. So now it's a stronger fleet. Then this fleet, because there is no Suez Canal, could just start raiding supply lines off the coast of Africa. Sorry, it's taking me a while to jump through everything for whatever reason. I'm having some armies appear that I'm pretty sure were meant to be joined up with other armies, but now they're just kind of spread out. So I might just combine you two into a new army. Not that there's enough of you yet. But definitely they're meant to be a part of a different army that got separated. Might have been transportation issues. Like, we couldn't carry them all at once at the time. Yeah, unfortunately, Manchuria revolted. I think they... Oh, no, we have claims to it. We might have gotten the state... We might have gotten those states before the revolt kicked off. Well, we'll find out once we take it. Oh, I wish I had the Marines for this invasion, but they're busy messing up over there. I just need Ceylon. But I may have to invade with someone else because these guys have no supply. Yeah. I could get the Marines to come back. That would be good. Can I get... I could, but I have to call off the invasion. Okay. So let them bring them back first. And maybe we need to double this to 50 and let it just carry the Marines everywhere. Because I know you can have the Marines stick with them if you want to. Like, if you really want to. Oh yeah, they're going to meet up with them. Good. Excellent. Baroda's in default. No Admiral. Okay, the privateering thing is neat. It's fun. I got the achievement. Let's actually destroy British supply lines now. That, in my opinion, would be a better use of our time. Oh, I just combined them into this army, too. You know what? That works. I'm fine with that. Yeah, that'll work. We are also... So the second we start mass building supply ships, hardwood costs absolutely go astronomical. It is insane how much hardwood we need now. Using like 13,000, almost all of it is to make supply ships. But we are building a lot of supply ships simultaneously, which is good. Because we apparently don't have enough. We're burning through them very quickly in this war. Oh, I hate moving through Alaska. It takes forever. It just takes forever for anything to move through it. Yeah, they're coming back down. It's fine. As soon as I have those Marines, I can do the naval invasion, because they'll be much better at it. It's just... It takes forever to move through Alaska, unfortunately. And I think even with the railway, it still would. But yeah, I think we'll stop construction for a bit. Just let this spam out supply ships. Because right now, we don't have enough supply ships. Although, I think that's clearing up at least. Yeah, the game is not having fun with the lag, which is not unusual. I was kind of hoping the new update would have better performance once everything was resolved. Not everything's resolved yet, mind you, so there's still time. But it is sad to see it suffering still. So are we getting any of their supplies yet? They seem to be at 100 still. I assume raid supply convoys is not broken, but if that's all, if that turns out to be broken as well, that will surprise me. Actually, it would explain why none of our supply ships are getting sunk, but I don't see any of their ships, so I just kind of assumed. I see. So I'm going to go on a limb here and say that supply rating is not working right now. Apparently there were battles. We've just been sinking ships so quickly we never noticed them. So, blockade it is. And you, I guess, can just fire on Ceylon? Yeah, because does it have any, like, naval fortifications? Maybe we can knock those out with bombardments. No, but I guess we can just nuke it anyway for fun. Don't ever nuke things for fun, that's mean. Yeah, you don't have a lot of blockade potential, do you? No, no you don't. It's like 20k at most, which is good, but... Yeah, it's not going to do anything more than like a 6% cut with their naval fortifications. So I guess the next best thing, which is easy enough to actually cause damage... nuke the home counties! You can only get the devastation up to 25% with port bombardment, so you can't just nuke things to 100%. But 25% is still going to hurt. Especially once that infrastructure starts dying. They're going to regret it. Well, maybe regret it. They're not using a lot of it. Well, you better believe we're going to nuke it as much as we can. Okay, do we have the... No? Plan invade. Okay, let's just plan the invasion of Ceylon then with the Marines. I don't know why they stopped moving to it, but we'll just get it going. Nagasaki Guard Army is immobilized. We have someone who's idling, so let's just... Ooh, no, don't arrange accident. No. I told you to promote him, not execute him. Clear difference. Clear difference. Yeah, at least it'll cause mortality And maybe they'll flee. That last part, it probably won't happen. They keep trying to white peace, and I'm sitting here like, no, I'm taking your stuff. Ceylon's the only thing I need, and I'm just waiting on the Marines. Who will maybe eventually get over here. Yatsuda are losing money now, which doesn't surprise me at all. You spammed out like 15,000 railways, and I'm having to fork the bill for them. What did you think was going to happen? Railway companies were a mistake. How are we on unemployment? Unemployment is kind of up and kind of down at the same time. No, we didn't. Okay, we didn't get the incorporation off. Oh, well. Did that fix the mappy here, though, for us? It did. Don't need to reload for it, so. You know, positive minds, positive minds. Beijing just got incorporated in 2 days. We could reload for that, but I don't want to slow the stream down more than the game's already going to with lag. So I think we'll just deal with the fact that it's only at 85 instead of 95. The Forbidden City will work fully now, though, so. There's that. Did we build a power block statue in Beijing? We did. Oh, but the power block statues we did build in Manchuria are gone. I guess that makes sense. They weren't in a power block, so it just deleted it. 5% throughput does not sound like a lot, but makes their shipyards 5% less efficient. Are we actually cutting... No, their infrastructure will be fine. Oh, I guess we're cutting into their bureaucracy a little? I guess. Not really, but... Yeah, you know, it's there. Trade nexus, good. Are we maxed out on trade? I assume we are. We are. You know, despite the ongoing war and everything, trade is still just as good as ever. In fact, Beijing would be a good, like, 100 ports, right? Import wood, export merchant marine. Yeah, you have actual ports, right? No. Okay. See, I'd rather build up the areas that are 95 and 100 instead of the area that's, like, 3 or 85, whatever you want to call it. Plus, I guess, attracting more pops to the home islands to be assimilated instead of living in their homeland states is better for us in the long run. Let's see. Are you still disloyal? Yes, due to fervor and infamy, primarily. One of you is just very hostile to us as well. Well, that's fine. We can always put them down if we need to. Oh, they have no org, though. Yikes. They have no org. That's really bad. Why does it say they have no supply? Yeah, there's definitely a bug when it comes to assigning supply ships, because we have over 9,000 supply ships that can be assigned right now. And it's only assigned about a third of what it needs here, which doesn't feel right. That kind of feels like the game is bugging out and kind of turning a win into a loss. And I don't like that. But hopefully we'll kill enough of them anyway to win. And it looks like we kind of are. They are also getting supplies back. They're still consuming more than they need. Maybe I can't assign too many at once. Like, it takes time to assign them. Like, there's probably a cap of the amount I can assign at a time. That might be what it is, yeah. There's probably a cap to it. Super Dreadnought. Chemical warfare sounds brutal, but that would be nice to grab for us. Army offense. Once we take Ceylon, we just have to hold our positions, and then eventually the British will surrender. All we gotta do is hold on. Ooh, I really wish we could print more cotton, but I can't. Cotton is really expensive. Like, honestly, get out of the way. I need to build more of it. In fact, I need it so much, I'm willing to build up the states I usually build up for cotton. I know this is going to explode unemployment in those states, but I just need cotton so badly, man. I need it so badly, and I'm willing to destroy my subject states to get my cotton. In fact, why don't we force them all to start enacting healthcare systems as well? What could go wrong there, right? Surely nothing bad. And you have the Han culture, right? So do you. So I'm thinking is... Well, I guess I can't grant states right now because we're at war, so we'll do that later. But I want to annex the Zili clique, but what I wanted to do is give 2 to Shandong and then annex Zili. While it's smaller and not as big. Although annexing one subject will make all the other subjects gain liberty desire. Ah, there we go. They have supplies now. They're starting to regain org, so they're getting stronger for these fights. And half the enemy garrison, or at least most of it, is dead now. So that's good. Yeah, see, it caps out at around 25% devastation. Since apparently I can't raid supply ships right now, since we are not hurting any of them, I figured the next best step was to just harm the local economy by bombarding it relentlessly. Which has limited effects too, but oh well. The Ashanti Communist Revolt. Well, at least they're having fun, I guess. Yeah, there we go. The Marines are doing it. Low org, but they'll get it. So, once that war ends, I guess we'll just... Honestly, I don't even need to wait. Let's just go ahead and start the next clique invasion in China. There's no need to wait at this point. They're even disconnected. So we'd actually be doing them a favor by helping them reconnect. Yunnan is burnt to the ground at this point, though. It's everyone's starving. It's at 100%. It is literally losing 17% of its population a year. This war has been going on for well over a year or two. I think we may have heavily depopulated Yunnan. Graph's not working, so I couldn't tell you, but yeah, definitely depopulated the area a bit by accident. I say by accident, but it's not as if we did it on purpose either. It just happened to be in the way is all. Okay, there we go. They are now negative. So what are you willing to give up right away? Everything. Fantastic. That immediately ends the war. And now we can actually see what the end results were of the casualties. We ended up spending more, obviously. The actual dead and wounded are roughly the same. But we are the ones who came out on top. So, what does that say? So, Siam... Oh, this revolted. Oh, no, you had this part. This didn't revolt at all. Did you get... No, they actually took that toll position. Okay. Manipur's free. Yunnan clique's ours now. Obviously, Ceylon is. We've also taken the main chunk of Australia, which appears to be unable to colonize. And is an ethno-state, so that's cool. Oh, wait, you're a colony, aren't you? Now it's Japanese. Australia shall soon become Japanese. Yeah, if the game lets us. Can I actually... No, I cannot decree it down there. That's a shame. I was hoping I could. I was very much going to if I could. But maybe they'll handle it themselves over time. Do we actually get... No, because I think Australia's already formed, right? Australia? No? Yes? I don't know, the game doesn't seem to have much of an opinion on that. The Italian flu. Oh, I see. So we're about to have our population get murdered in the 1920s. Or our production, whichever we sacrifice. And I choose to sacrifice the production usually, because hops are life. And also how you sell everything to begin with anyway. There's no toll there. No collected toll, at least. I don't think either canal's even been established. Oh, the Gizio clique back down. Good, good. They do hate us, of course, mind you, but they backed down, which is nice. We can do that Grant State idea now. That's just to consolidate some of China a little bit. Because the Zili clique... I don't know, I just feel like it'd be under better management if we had less subjects to deal with at once. So, I think... What is their capital? Because I don't want to try to give that away, because it won't work. So, northern and what is it? Southern? No, northern Nanjing. Or Nanjing, Jesus. I know Anhui isn't going to have Anhui. What a shock. Then I'm thinking annex the Zili clique, give it the Shandong. The Shanzi clique would get what the Gizio clique has right there. In fact, can I take that right? No, I don't think I can because they're a protectorate right now, right? Yeah, that wouldn't work yet. That would not work. But hey, it'll clean up the map a little at least. I think these states will be unincorporated, but because they are Han states, they will incorporate them as they can. Yeah, you're probably not very happy. You're probably pretty rebellious right now. Ooh, soldier's disease. That's never fun. Can actually survey the Panama. You know, the currently on fire Panama. I'm sure it'll go fine. There's no problems over there. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Our average standard of living has reached 20 at least, if you ignore the areas that are currently on fire and not doing very well. Although it'll help better if our subjects do better. We'll see if it comes to that. How is, because you're all on closed borders, so I don't think... Do you allow migration still? I don't think you do. Because of, being closed down and all that. Yeah, I don't think so. So making you all open up a little would be the next best step if we can. The Netherlands is actually willing to join if we give them an obligation. That sounds like fun, if they accept. They did accept, so although we might not be able to maintain it, because we lose the power block. We did get the Dutch into the Japanese Empire. Which I know that the title of the VOD is, and by extension the stream is different than that, but hey, still fits. It's pretty much the same by the end of it. Japanese Empire and the Co-Prosperity Spear are pretty much one and the same. Anyway, the Sichuan clique is who we're gonna grab now. Chongqing is kind of on its own, so we'll just ignore it. Kind of surround it. Also, I can't reach it because they're only protectorates at the moment. They're not puppets. So that makes that a little harder. I find it so funny. They got exiled to Taiwan because we took Beijing from them without a fight. And they flipped a communist from a revolt. Or like internal coup or something. I didn't see what exactly caused the switch. I just know that something caused the switch. And it's just really funny to me that it happened. Our employment's down to 2.2 million, so I think we can start thinking about modernizing our economy with lots of automation. And because someone is very railroad happy, the Yatsuda, I am just going to start using railroads for all the mines. And if there's not enough infrastructure, if there's not enough transportation for it, I expect the companies to solve that. And if they don't solve it, someone's getting fired. So good luck to them. Yep, that's given us 3 million more unemployed, but some of them are already finding jobs. You'll see our economy temporarily drop there as suddenly there's just not people working, which isn't good, usually. But it's going to put more money into pockets, probably. Oh, right, we technically still have the class system, don't we? So some of our pops can never be fully accepted. They're second-class citizens in their own country. I think there's technically supposed to be a way to get rid of it, but I think thanks to just how things went, we somehow managed to never get that. Or maybe it's an event that was supposed to fire. I don't know. But we never got rid of the class system entirely. And now we're stuck with it, so have fun with that. Oh yeah, Yunnan, I guess, needs improved relations as well now, huh? As well as Vietnam, of course. Oh, the abolitionist role. I was wondering what that was down there. Okay, they're building a lot of other stuff that is not railroads now, so that's a good sign. They've gotten a little less railroad happy. Still pretty railroad happy, just a little less. An embargo on Tripolitania. Man, you guys love your embargoes, don't you? Wait, which one? This one. It's just like 3 of them. I see the industrialists are also getting very powerful now. Not that surprising. Tobu back down against the Netherlands. Very nice. Who wants access through our straits? Well, strait. We can only really control one. But, you know, fair enough. They asked. It was nice of them, too. Let's go on a power projection mission now. Oh, a Suzo uprising, trying to disrupt our cotton plantations. Well, this won't do. So, what are we looking at? Only 2 areas are having a shortage. Well, they're trying to build more to deal with said shortage, so they're not completely ignoring it. Colonize Southern Australia. Well, I'm glad to see you figured out what colonization is after we took over. Oh, the German Empire grabbed it. Oh, they grabbed the whole thing. Would the Germans even sell it to us? How are the Germans doing? They finally figured out what an economy is after annexing a bunch of their... What has happened to Europe? Oh my god, this is horrible. I mean, I knew it was bad over here, but it gets worse every time I look at it. I don't want to look over here anymore. Like, France is in half. Italy has got dots in it. Germany is, like, surrounded Bohemia and Bavaria without annexing Bavaria. Krakow somehow owns more than a city-state, which I'm actually impressed by. They usually fail at that. Let's just not look over there again. Until we have to, then we will. Well, what we're going to instead do is enjoy the fact that we now have access to diesel pumps, which is going to benefit our economy and get people fired from their jobs. Because they won't be needed thanks to machines. What could go wrong? Yeah, maybe don't switch all of those over. I don't think the oil industry could handle it. Good switch to automobiles, though. Those are fine. Those usually work out fine. Public motor carriages now? No, automobile prices will skyrocket soon. I don't... We should get electricity next, then, I guess. You know, for all those logging camps we have, we really should grab electricity. We already have access to it. I just didn't get to the part where I actually built it. So now we're going to go ahead and electrify everything that is owned by Japan. Supporting the Mexican workers. The grand plan pays off. I would love a reduction to our interest rates. How did you know? Yeah, there we go. That cut out. Wait, did that get rid of our interest rates? I think that got rid of our interest rates. Yeah, we have no interest rate for now. Ah, that's even better. No interest on our debt? Delicious. Oh, the National Citizens Alliance seems to be growing in popularity. What does this mean for the government's legitimacy? What does it mean if they're allowed to be in power? They actually would support social monarchy, which is a switch from monarchy. We'd actually lose authority, though. We'll crack down on them. Why not? Gotta keep the Progressive Party in charge, I guess, because that's led by the industrialists who have almost half our clout to begin with. Oh, there's been an uprising. I see. They need help. Well, nothing a few Japanese Marines can't solve. And if they can't solve it, it was never getting solved. Then the uprising, obviously, we should be dealing with. We are dealing with. It just takes time. Time that the game loves to take from us by being increasingly slow. GDP is already starting to shoot back up, as not only do people find new jobs, but production has actually gone up. Coal is finally cheap again. And sulfur is too cheap. Iron is still expensive-ish, but just less so. Less than before. Yep, burn the letter. Yeah, at this point, it's just waiting for turmoil to go down in Korea. If it goes down, it might not. I like to believe it will, of course, but, you know, it might not. It might just stick around. Forever. Just leave us stuck with it. That's okay, right, guys? We've reached 1 billion GDP in 1921. I definitely feel like we could have gotten more GDP faster. I know I've mentioned it before. If you include our subjects, we had already surpassed 1 billion GDP. We actually have 27 member states now. Cool. Ah, I see. Because while the Dutch East Indies collapsed, they were able to reacquire or maintain some of their subjects. So they didn't completely lose control. But they did lose some control. That's for sure. Oh, cool. They just gave up on life and agreed to be annexed. I love it when they just agree. Homeland, Malay homeland. I mean, would Siam even bother incorporating that? Probably. Although it is a strategic strait, it would be nice to maintain control of it. I don't know. What I do know is that our legitimacy is not looking good once again. Although electoral confidence is partially recovered, so we're stable-ish. Not as stable as I'd like to be, but probably more stable than we'd otherwise would be. Puppet, protectorate, protectorate. I mean, at least by becoming protectorates, their economies will benefit. Unless you're Yunnan, who just burned down, in which case you're just suffering indefinitely from the consequences of the actions of others. Not even their actions. There we go. We control part of this strait now, so we can close. I just realized if you control all 3 of these straits in Indonesia and close it down, then the only way to go around is around Australia. So you could close all those straits and then guard the sea node and maybe stop ships from getting through. Keyword is maybe. There's no guarantee that works. Well, that's pretty cool. Same with, like, controlling the strait at Japan. They have to then go around into the East China Sea or through the Japan current, depending on where they're going here. So that kind of has a very heavy dependence on where they're heading. Alright, how much more GDP can we squeeze out of this game? Probably not too much in the time that we have, but we'll try. Until the Italian flu hits and then everyone dies. Because that'll be sad then. Alright. Automation, fish. Electric sawmills, which will benefit most of the logging camps we own directly now. So at least, while hardwood will still be expensive, regular wood won't be as expensive. And it gives our electricity something to do. Electricity shortage in one state. Is that because it just hasn't hired yet? Because it hasn't hired yet. I thought as much. Restrict child labor. Instead of banning it, just restrict it. Ah, I see. It's coming from both ends. And of course, if we don't shut it down, that 200% mortality is going to be everywhere. So it has to be a strict lockdown, because already Southern Jillian is just going to have a mass death wave of pops there. Which is unfortunate for the little state there. And it will probably eventually reach the home islands even, which will be very unfortunate if it does, or when it does. But yep, the flu has arrived. Now all we can do is hope we can withstand it. Even though we probably can't, but yeah. Oh god, I do not like how laggy the game's getting from all the ongoing wars. I have to like pause it now if I want to look at things. I don't like that. You know, if we don't build a lot, we can actually start making off, getting all these payments paid off finally. 300k from diplomatic packs is nice. Okay. So it's entering Korea. It may reach the home island soon, but this will only be 50%, so it'll still grow, but the economy is going to tank. At least we got to 1 billion GDP before the flu started destroying everything. Ooh, tool workshops. Hopefully a plague doesn't knock it out. It will. The plague will knock it out, I'm afraid. Elsewhere, plastics. That actually could be good to switch to. Does technically use less lead, which is nice. Gotta switch all these shipyards over. So what if we did that and bone china? How much porcelain do we need? We actually are at minus 23. Don't have enough luxury furniture, though, because we have 21 furniture manufacturers. I didn't realize we didn't really build that up. Okay. All right, then. Wait, do we just have too much of everything else, then? Or are they just not buying it because there's not a lot of it? Because I could, what, switch that? It's 10 less glass. We get 30 glass in the end. I think it adds more shopkeeper jobs too, so if you just want to print shopkeeper jobs. Yeah, let's do it. We'll switch both production methods of the glassworks and temporarily subsidize them until it stabilizes with the assistance of trade. Oh yeah, suddenly we can export lots of porcelain. I wonder why. Couldn't be all those sudden porcelain investments. There's just no way. I'll go ahead and build up Beijing as a trade center now. Might as well. Everywhere else is going to be a trade center at this rate anyway. And then maybe more construction to help with the modernization of China and the almost inevitable rise of Japanese workforce ratios. Even as our population growth slows thanks to everyone dying over here from the plague. Oh, why did the Italian flu have to hit us? This is unfair. I say that, but I figured this was probably coming, and lo and behold, it did. Yeah, the economy's really tanking now thanks to it. And it's probably going to be like that for a couple years, so it may not recover for half of the 20s until much later. There we go. Drop the oil tariff because, you know, we were running an oil tariff apparently. Who would have guessed? I sure didn't. Liquor, tea. Oh, the Han don't have an obsession, really. Oh, the Han don't have an opium obsession anymore. I guess someone was able to get rid of it that we didn't get the prompt for. That's neat. Good for them. Does explain why we're not selling as much, but still, again, good for them. You're converting at a good rate, despite the fervor. I'm happy about that. What is this called? Laos. Oh, you know what? I think... Do you already have some of this state? Yeah, you do. So let's grant you that state just to align it better, make it look better. Same with you. There we go. That looks a lot better. Way more congenital. Connected from tip to tip. Flu pandemic completed. Is it already out of our system? I assume it's going to hit us again and come back, but if it's already gone, I'll be very happy. Why is Italy communist? Why is Italy communist? Their standard of living is awful, though. They failed to industrialize. Russia's the 12th largest economy. Jesus. That is just terrible. Well, I'm glad it's over already then and the economy's recovering. Hope it never comes back. It probably will. But I can still hope that it won't come back. Government admin. Should be able to build up our subjects too and get rid of their mass unemployment is what I'm hoping to do. I think we are... Yeah, we've got some abroad in places like oil rigs. To some extent. Oh, so you've got the oil boom going on over here. Fantastic. Practically free oil. Oh yeah, the flag ends, the economy shoots up by almost 100 million GDP. Excellent. Well, it might be related to all the stuff we're building too, obviously, but, you know, still good to see. Enacting decree on subject states. There we go. That's what I was missing. I couldn't enact a decree on subject states. That's what I was missing. Oh, you know what? I probably could use this on a... Could I not use this on a... Sorry, I hit the mic there. Oh, no, but it should... What it should do over here, though, is it should start increasing the amount of pops that are becoming Japanese in Australia, because Japan is now the primary culture. So hopefully we'll start to see that kind of grow there. Yeah, they've got a couple of Japanese already, at least. This should help the... Oh, well, their state religion is still going to be Protestant or whatever it is, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, well. Not much I can really do there. It's kind of set in stone. But helping them convert pops is something we can do. And it looks like that is working, because I'm watching the Japanese numbers actually tick up and other cultures start to tick down in the middle of the week. So that's a very good sign. We could also just use more production, more decrees in our own states, but I had the funny idea to at least partially Japanize. Oh. The daimyo Matsumi Yoshihiro has been killed by a German aristocrat. That's awful. Welcome back, Vincent. We did win the war. Australia is now, thanks to us using decrees, slowly... It just started. They're slowly converting pops to Japanese. I don't think it'll ever reach a critical mass before we hit the end of the stream, but it is underway. So, you know, another little project of the empires. As if it wasn't doing enough already in its increasing hegemony over Asia. Yeah, you know what? We'll switch to using automobiles. Why not? What could go wrong? Conveyor belts. Excellent. Oh yeah, how's the sprawl here? Oh god, the statue is so... Actually, it's not that bad. It picked a dragon and stuff. The smog might be pretty bad though, but... No, everything else is pretty fine. How many Japanese people do we have in the country? 120 million. Nice. Very, very nice. We've actually got almost 16% Japanese in Beijing, which feels unreal. Oh, yeah, we're already using transportation on all the mines. You were just gone for quite a while, Vincent. I'm not using it on the plantations right now, because a lot of those plantations are in areas where there's still, like, 400,000 unemployment, for example. Some of that might actually be because of the urban center switch we just did for automation. And it appears to be. But other areas like Korea are already using it for all their mines. And I did forget to switch the logging camp portion over to that, actually. So let's do that. Maybe wake some of this back up. Nope, still cheap as ever. We're also using electricity over there, which is very helpful. And I think we can finally start paying down our debt so we don't lead the empire into a future bankruptcy. You know, in a massive war that spans across the world or something. Also, because everyone else saw it and you didn't, this is the state of Europe right now. Please do not look over in the Balkan, Slovakian, Hungarian region over here. It's awful. It's terrible, really. It's very tragic. We've also gotten more subjects, but they're still protectorates because they don't really like us. Sichuan, for example, is a protectorate now. So, basically all of China is under our thumb except Taiwan. Indochina is almost fully controlled as well. And thanks to the Netherlands joining the empire as a major power, some of Indonesia is too. Only some of it, though. The Philippines would be a good addition. The problem is that the U.S. will come to their aid if we invade, so that's pretty historical. Although I'm not sure that they'd actually be able to stop our fleet. Yeah, no, the Americans wouldn't be able to. The only issue is the fight over Alaska. So maybe we pre-position an army over there for that exact purpose. Yeah. Even though being based over here is practically a death sentence. No accessible port found near the target state. Okay, never mind. Can't do it. The logging camps use it. The plantations don't, just because I don't trust them to work out. Because areas like Korea are still suffering unemployment. I mean, it is profitable, though. If you're not on the home island areas. But can we deal with the unemployment? I see peasant numbers have gone up, so I guess we technically can. Just not in the way I was thinking. Maybe we could then. You know what? We need radios. Maybe we could. Where are we on Steam Donkeys, actually? I know we're not using them right now, but... you know what? We could double down and use those too. Yeah. Just start a mass... You know, we're nearing the end of our game in terms of, like, how many years are left, so why don't we just go on a little spree and see what happens? And, you know, if it crashes, we blame someone. I'm kidding. If it crashes, we fix it. That actually added less unemployment than I was expecting. And... I think... we're surprisingly okay. Did hit the economy a bit, but well, we already went over that before as to why that happens. Does it help the urban center at all? Not really. Even after all that in Korea, it's still kind of dead for the most part. I mean, I figure if we're talking so much about automation, we're going to go all the way. We're not going to do any half measures. And besides, it actually saves a lot of money in the end. Yes, it would gain some coal production back. That's just because it's using the coal. And besides, employing those 52,000 laborers at the wage of almost 6 would actually make it less profitable. And we actually have so much coal to use thanks to the diesel engines now, because the diesel engines started making us use less coal. So, coal is actually barely above base price now. It's not doing too well. And there's still plenty of coal to build up in our subject states, who have a whole ton of pops that desperately need a job, or they'll starve to death and die. And that's very sad. Oh, do I control peace down here? Oh, yeah, I guess I do, don't I? The treaty port, yeah. I actually forgot about that. I was like, why are we getting this national movement? There shouldn't be anything down there for us. Well, there is. I had forgotten about it. Bengal's a great power. Oh, there's 2 great powers in India. That's weird. There's 2 recognized great powers down here. Really? There's 9 great powers in the world, and Russia is lowest? Oh, I guess that makes sense. They haven't really modernized or industrialized, so they've just suffered the whole game. Oh, they haven't even finished that? Oh, that's sad. Demand conquer state. 31% chance they just give it to us. Oh, liberating Siberia would be sickening. Honestly, there should never be coal shortages, especially at this point in our game. If there's a coal shortage, we're basically introducing it artificially. That's the only way we get a coal shortage now, is if we just do it on purpose. Otherwise, it'll never happen. Yeah, we're definitely not getting the canal at this rate. The Great Kanto Earthquake. Oh, this is actually a Great Wake event. The Great Wave event. So Kanto gets smacked on the head with 30% devastation no matter what. Well, that's pretty mean. Sure, we'll build a more modern Edo. As I get sad at the fact that we've suffered an earthquake there. 30% mortality plus 30% devastation. So you're just killing off all my pops then, are you? Thanks, game. Love you too. Just because the railroads are... The authority's temporary, I figured we'd just LARP a little and just build a more modern Edo instead. So is this truly working at all for you? It has to be, because you have more Japanese now in every state that we've put it in. So it has to be working. I don't know why I feel like the need to convince myself that it's working, because it clearly is. Oh, that's almost got more Japanese. How does the culture map mode look over here in Korea? Oh, you can see all the little stripes forming. And Sakhalin is mostly Japanese. It's got millions of Japanese there now that I've all migrated and built up. It's actually pretty built up. Does Russia have anyone that would come to its aid if we did a war starting over here? Maybe Mexico, which is silly. How much? That's 6.5. It'd be weird to take all this terrain because it would look strange, but Empire of Japan stretching across the map and controlling the northern half of Alaska sounds funny. Plus, yeah, it's right there. We might as well just take it, right? We've conquered so much of China already. And this was a part of China, so by all means, we're just removing unrightful occupants. And then Siberia is just because no one challenged Russia and Siberia. We could liberate Siberia, too, to just nuke Russia, yeah. Just, like, take back the 2 Qing states and liberate Siberia. Which is all of that territory, not counting Tuva. Which apparently is a Russian subject. Cool. Very cool. It's not cool, but I have to say it is. Let's send the Japanese armies over here. That will not do, good sir. No accessible port found near the front. Where are you? Are you stranded or something? Where is this fleet? What do you mean you can't reach the East China Sea? How are you stuck down here? What did you do? How are you... Sorry, it's... telling me that the fleet is stuck in the middle of the ocean. And that I can't reach anywhere. Okay, I guess I'm gonna have to do a quick save and reload because the fleet's bugged out and is stuck and it's my only way to move troops around. Not sure why that's happened. Has that fixed it? Can I move them now? Nope, the ships are stuck forever, I guess. Which is incredibly annoying. Okay. So, these armies are now stuck there. Can we even sway? No, no one. Figured as much. Ooh, Persia would be good to get if I wasn't, So high up there on the infamy already. Oh, wow. Oh, that's 420. I was like, I saw the tolls, and at first I was like, oh my god, 420,000. But no. Italy has Turkey as a protectorate. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, so I'm going to have to build up a completely new transportation navy because the current one is bugged out and stuck. That's no fun. Oh, cool. It becomes like an actual ironclad. Oh, that's cool. We might as well. Yep, so just have to make a new one. Yeah, I'm gonna have to disband it because, like I said, it's hard stuck. It won't let me move anywhere. Well, the thing is I don't think I can remove the fleet itself. I might be able to transfer the ships to a different fleet. Maybe that would work. Nope, because it can't reach anyone. It believes it's stuck, so yeah, there's no choice. I have to, I have to just decommission it all. Which is unfortunate, but oh well. Paradox bugs are going to be bugging. So this war might not initially go in our favor as a result of that. Since I can't get all those troops over here yet. Maybe I can use one of the other navies, actually. Yeah. I can use one of the other navies to do it. It means letting our interests in India fall down, but I think that's worth the price. Considering the circumstances facing us right now where we need to move them over. And the troop transports have to be rebuilt, so they're unable to do that. Or Russia backs down because I forgot to add more war goals. Well, primary war goals, I should say. Oh well. Is it mostly Russian over here? Mostly UA, actually. Well, at least Russia, being a great power, still fears us. So, you have that going for you there. No more Vladivostok port either. Vladivostok doesn't even exist. They haven't built up the region enough. That's funny. We don't really need more naval fortifications. At this point, the AI's navy doesn't seem to be and can't really do much of anything. It's just kind of too weak. I mean, Britain has a lot of ships, but they kind of death stacked most of them into one fleet that lacks organization, so it's not really a threat. And our other two navies seem fairly adept at handling their situations for the moment. Torpedo boat destroyer. Seaplane tender. Oh, that's cool. It gives a massive increase to detection. Which makes sense. Ooh, the actual dreadnoughts can be built now, too. That's cool. So that's going to be, what? Only a few left. Look at that, an actual dreadnought. Also extremely expensive to maintain, but a dreadnought. Torpedo nets and camouflage. I assume I can't upgrade these to them at all, right? Yeah, figured not. That's fair. That's okay. Jeez, the dreadnought just destroys pre-dreadnoughts. But the modern ironclad actually destroys pre-dreadnoughts too. Oh, these pre-dreadnoughts weren't upgraded to the template we made. I see. I see. I was wondering why there was such a weird disparity between them. It's because I can't pay attention. And these dreadnoughts, fully maxed out, chat, take just over 2 years to build. Takes over 2 years to build them. And they could end up dead in a single engagement. If you're ever wondering why in World War One the British and the Germans were very reluctant to actually do a naval battle, it's because those ships were really expensive and they took forever to build, and now you're seeing why. Why are the communists here? Completely unrelated question, but it needs to be asked because they're trying to open the gates. God's will, you say? Well, that can't be right at all. 6 million unemployed still, but I think it's getting better. Burmese secession movement. You know what? Go ahead. Start your little civil war. Manchu Empire has become more radicalized. I guess we need to make more tobacco, because that seems to be a price point issue of ours. Build like 100 of those in Beijing, because why not? And how are our lovely companies doing on the world stage? 5 out of 6 of them are at or over 1 million. Excellent. Of course, the one suffering is the food company. Can't even say I'm surprised. It's just how it is with them. Right? That one trade union guy's just kind of hanging out. He's doing all right. Oh, Sichuan's going to conquer Chongqing. That's good. That makes it easier for me. I don't have to do anything to get it then. They'll just get it for me. Like a good subject state. Not that they want to hear that, so don't tell them that. Then, of course, more research. Actually, maybe get radios soon. I know we got the tech done, but we actually need to switch over and start utilizing. You know what? We can just switch over and utilize them now. We're already burning up coal. We might as well. Before the electric industry gets too relied on. Build it up in these states only. Nah, the trade union guy's doing fine. Besides, the trade union are kind of in government with the Zabatsu right now. Think of it like extensive corruption, where they're basically bribing the union leader of the workers. You get to have a small voice in government and do what we say. Why do you think they still get to keep the right to associate? I mean, to be fair to the government chosen journal entry, this is just requiring turmoil to get low now, and I'm kind of not succeeding at that because things keep happening. And we keep failing to actually have good legitimacy, so we're just kind of stuck. Although the mass unemployment probably doesn't help. We should probably raise welfare again so that several unemployed million people stop agitating for the overthrow of the government because they can't eat. They can't eat decently, I should say. Thank you, Grain. It has gone pretty well so far. This is the actual power block right now. The Netherlands is in as an independent nation, but the rest of them are subjects or subjects of the Netherlands. We even yoinked Australia from Britain in a war. So I'd say we've done, you know, pretty successful. We haven't grabbed the Philippines yet, and I'm intending to probably grab it. It's just the U.S. will join. Not that the U.S. is a problem. It's just, you know, another big slog war. And I don't know if we want to fight that. Actually, what we should do is get rid of the Beijing government. That's what we'll do. We were preparing for a war against Russia, but Russia kind of copped out of the war, so we're not doing that now. Instead, we're going to invade Taiwan. As the Japanese, for reference. Can I embark you? Transport an army. Marines. Kind of just bring them here. Yeah. That'll do. Nice. Yeah, India collapsed and so did China for us. We could make it a protectorate, but I feel like Taiwan's one of those island chains that we'd rather have it under direct Japanese supervision, quote unquote. Kind of a position to where some troops can be, so if anyone in mainland China gets any funny ideas, well, we can knock some sense into them before those ideas spread too far. Gotta think about the future occupation of China, after all, and Never know what might happen 100 years from now. No, we'll all be dead. That's what'll happen. Actually, 100 years from now, we'd be very much alive. What am I saying? Importing a lot of oil. Oh, yeah. Maybe not going to the... I love how we've actually kind of sort of recreated realistic Japan in the sense that most of our oil imports are from the American market, and we're relying on importing oil to keep everything going because we can't make enough of it ourselves. So I actually can't go invade the Philippines because then the US will cut off my oil. Yeah. True, we'd get more authority for more subjects. So we don't want to get rid of too many subjects either. I just think in terms of map painting, it would be nice. I could always release subjects later if I so choose. What do you mean we can't form a nation? Oh, we could actually, if we actually unify China, like all of it, we could actually release it as a massive subject. That's funny. Not that I would want to do that, considering what it would release for them. A Far East puppet. Oh, that would have been good. A Far East puppet. No, because of all of the... We did all of the unique Japan companies. We did not make an oil company for ourselves because we were doing all the unique Japan ones instead. That being said, I don't think any of them have oil, no. Do we have anyone buying up coal? We do. Siam? I hate that noise so much. I think our logging companies are being bought up too, aren't they? No, they're not. What about Dynam, if you're not also suffering catastrophic revolt? Ah, wow, they aren't actually. It's kind of nice. Cool. I was thinking about giving them investment rights. Oh. The next rebel will get much worse. Plus 30 infamy. Publicly hang Sue D for these crimes. I was gonna say, is that the treaty port or no? But we are in another diplomatic play anyway. Oh, Johorian uprising. Okay, all right then. Just we'll go deal with that then. And of course, recruit new, more loyal, more efficient commanders than last time. Man, these subjects keep suffering revolts. They're not having a good day. Why are you over here? I thought I moved you... I guess it doesn't matter. We can just do the invasion. But I thought I moved the Marine Army to Guangdong. It's a little weird that it's not over there. Blockade the rebels. I mean, that's one thing you could do, but I don't think they're going to get much out of it. Brazil still practices slavery. How sad. I, chat, meanwhile, am actually going to lower taxes from medium to low, so Pops will love us. Oh, the Taisho era has begun. Yamato Yoshihito, the Emperor of Japan. In 6 days, the Emperor would pass through the passage he was building, part of a once-in-a-lifetime ceremony that would conclude in its destruction. He would not be able to attend. The best he could hope for was to witness its glow reflected off the clouds. Ah. Fire broke out, it looks like. How sad. But hey, he's Emperor now. Ah, and there's Hirohito. I was wondering. Oh, and he's an industrialist right now. And he's an entrepreneur. He's a magnate. Fantastic. Oh, the Americans and the British are going to war over Mexico now. Fantastic. Good news. Let them be distracted from events in Asia. Ooh, actually, because of that ongoing circumstance, I'm going to wait for the war to begin, chat. Once it's pretty much assured that this war is happening, we are going to go ahead and invade the Philippines because the U.S. will be too distracted by its war. So that'll be very good. I think he's hard-coded armed forces because during his time, the armed forces basically take over the government in Japan and kind of run the show, so to speak. So it is kind of one of those, you're either with us or you're against us moments for him. So this is going to spike rubber usage and absolutely destroy wood demand. And tools are already very cheap. But we'll be able to get a lot out of those rubber plantations we built before. Now they've spiked up in price. Okay. Just got to make sure the war actually starts. Because what the U.S. could end up backing down here. I don't think they will. Now, you know what? I don't think the U.S. will back down. Let's do it. Yeah. We'll go ahead and pull the Philippines in against their will. Very subject states might not like this, but that's okay. Not in Vicky 3, I guess, unless you had a coup. Which I've gotten the coup before, but I think we did that here, so that's fun. Yep, Taiwan's gonna fall to our forces. There we go. Easy victory. Little issues. And now we can start promoting national values here to establish a more permanent Japanese presence. Historically, we'd probably get Beijing to a subject state of China to, you know, maintain legitimacy and all that. But in this case, it's just going to be directly controlled. Because why not? Social Security is now level 3. You know what? We could actually keep going with Social Security. Why not? We have such a strong empire. What could go wrong? Even with the coup, their clout means they'll never be truly absolute. That is true. Even with the coup, they won't have that much. And that would probably put them in a pretty weak state in the long run. How are we doing over here? Starting to reach like 4%, 5% of Japanese in the states we targeted. 3% in some, depending on migrations. That's good. That's good. Oh. Philippines colonized over here a bit. That's funny. How amusing. Japanese Pegu? Yeah, sure, why not? Alright, plan invasion. Now, we'll see if the Philippines can actually stop our Marines. Although this is why we have assault Marines now, so they can actually do their job pretty well. And not just mess it up and die. But they might also succeed because they have numbers, they have a decent defense force. So it is kind of a wait-and-see moment with that. I think it'll come down to dice rolls, personally. Yeah, we're already integrating Taiwan, and as for the tribes in Australia, it's completely surrounded. I can't colonize any of it. Technically, I can colonize... No, I can't colonize that because it's already got a claim for them. It's probably better to just let them do it. Yeah, so the initial dice roll is not looking too good. We're technically winning, but if we take too many casualties, we're not going to win in the end. And yeah, they rolled camouflage now. So they're just getting more defense. We might barely win it. Yeah, panic retreat. There we go. We'll win the first one at least. And hopefully have enough troops for the next time. Oh, Mongolia fell to a revolt. I didn't even notice. Melanie secession movement. Well, yeah, I guess we're better off giving that to a subject state later. We could use the Navy. Well, actually, the Navy's kind of already here. One of it is. Where's the rest of the Navy? One's projecting power where we need it. The other, I think, went back to port. Right, yeah, because we were changing it over to dreadnoughts. But I guess we could probably start blockading instead. But I want that other one to keep projecting down here in Indochina. Or Indonesia. God, I'm getting them mixed up. That's not good. Hey, our per capita is at 6 now. The only one ahead of us is Tasmania, which is our subject, so... Yeah. Oh, there's the hardwood spike again, now that we're not building those ships anymore. Huh. Oh yeah, you have 50 dreadnoughts now. You have 50 pre-dreadnoughts. Okay, I see what happened. Still pretty cool. Let me get you promoted real quick before we start losing all of our organization. Alright, it looks like they've lost the fights in the end. The second one must have gone a lot better, because they have almost no manpower now. Yeah, it looks like the third one went good too. Well, none of them are idling now because it's power. One's power projecting, one's blockading, and then one of them is actually doing the naval invasion, so it can't really go anywhere else. Besides, with the capital blockaded, they actually lose full control. Oh no, I guess their market capital's not up here in the Philippines. Not that it matters, we've landed, so it's kind of over for them. Ooh, we have several million reinvestments still, so maybe we, even though our unemployment pool might not keep up with it, let's go a little crazy. Because we can, so why not? Them build in all of those countries that we own, directly or indirectly. Constitutional Reform Party has, well, formed. Union Clique's gone broke. Well, that's fine. It just makes it easier for us to buy up all their stuff. Against their will, presumably. Guns and steam. Oh, I see. It's just the Navy stuff, yeah. No, we're not going to actually do that. I was just messing with it. Yeah, the Netherlands is just slowly puppeting its ex-subjects in the Indochina region, but I see Britain's getting a bit involved too. Oh, but that's just because of the US, so that's a little unrelated, in a way. Hey, Netherlands, are you still a major power? Oh, not for long. If it stays that way. Maybe. Well, we can't do investment rights because that all costs authority that we don't have, so we can't. Sorry, I'm sorry to say, but it won't work out if we do that. What we can do, though, is make the Philippines a subject, so, yeah, that's nice. An independent Cambodia, not if I have anything to say about it. We'd like to get more of these to be puppets, but they don't really like us because of that infamy. But we're getting more control over them, so that helps. Let's see. Oh yeah, I can improve relations with you. You still don't love us yet. Yeah, it does give authority per subject. Oh no, vassalization's already maxed out. We've already maxed out all three of them here. It's done. There's nothing else to max out now. Sichuan failed to get Chongqing, but it's going after Ningxia, which we may as well help them do. Actually, I don't think I can because they're a subject of mine, right? Oh, wrong. I'm looking at the wrong side. Just to ensure they succeed in this one because they failed in Chongqing. Somehow. I don't know how, but they did fail, so yeah. Good on them. Good on them for failing. Hi, what you doing, doggo? Come to say hello, because it's been like 2 hours. Oh no, it's almost 6. It's been 3 hours. Oh, we're 1927. I don't think we're going to make it all the way to 1936, but we should make it to 1930 at least. We've got at least one state in Korea after multiple decades is actually... A plurality of them are Japanese more than Korean or Han. It's not a simple majority, but, you know. It's getting to that point where if you take a look at the culture's map mode, it says Japanese on the map. It's a step in the right direction, at least, I would say. Less revolts that way, too. Oh, Kanak Uprising, okay. Which I can't reach by land. Well, of course I can't reach it by land. There's water in the way. Are you crazy? I guess I am crazy. Oh man, fabric's gone up in price again. I'm not surprised, but, you know, expensive. Expensive fabric. Let's just build it all up then, why don't we? Yeah, you do have public health care, so you did listen. It's only level 1, but they did listen. See if we can't get our subjects to move to migration controls and open up a little. Wait, one of our subjects has gone communist? Okay, as long as they're still loyal to the Emperor, I suppose it doesn't matter. Alright, they're all enacting it. We'll see if... We'll see if they succeed. One of them is already open, though, so that's been good. They've been sending pops our way. Actually, that might explain why Kanto's been getting a lot of Han pops lately, as they've been arriving here and it's been growing. Might actually need to do national value decrees on the home islands in 1 or 2 spots, just to speed up that assimilation. Yeah, that extra 50 might help at least a little. Night at the Opera. Oh, it's just an event to get prestige by spending money. I guess we can spend a small amount. But only a small amount. We're converting almost 70,000 Han pops per month. That's not bad. Almost 130,000 Japanese pops from conversions, assimilations, as you would say. It's not too bad. Yeah, that flu event ended a lot sooner than I was expecting, I have to say. That did not last anywhere near as long as I usually encounter it. I mean, I'm happy it ended early, but it's weird that it ended early, you know? 11% Japanese in an area. Suppose there isn't a lot of fervor for 1 or 2 of them, yeah. United tribes are probably, yeah, Maori. Guess there's technically not really any Australian, is there? Well, an Australian country, that is. That probably doesn't really exist anymore. Wait, what do I now control? Oh, right, Taiwan. That's better. And Cambodia. Which Siam owns a piece of, so we'll give it to them as soon as we're done with... What are we at war with now? Oh. Yeah, I was gonna say it looks like they've got it. We don't need to go over there. Let's map paint just a little. And I don't want to deal with the Pangu Revolt, so Siam can deal with it instead. I guess I could have colonized here and then given that, actually. Yeah. Ah, well, too late. Oh, good. An uprising. I guess that's been brewing for a little while now, hasn't it? Won't take long to get rid of, but they definitely have been brewing for a while there. Java and Jambi are going to war with each other. We at least have a level 2... Oh, we're hegemonic here. That's even better. It's very easy to act. If you want to. I just don't have the infamy room at the moment to do it. Ah, yeah, and they keep getting back to major power. So I can't make the Dutch a subject. Wait, did Russia fall? Russia's a major power now. Ooh. How they slip. Scandinavia is a minor power at the moment. Very nice. Well, nice to me, not so nice to them. How are the unemployed doing now? Much better. In fact, they're going to go up from 14 to something even higher. So that's probably... Yeah, raising Social Security definitely helped a lot. A lot of those unemployed pops aren't radicalizing anymore. And we also have some left from external migration. High legitimacy is also swinging a lot of people to our favor. So we should be decently more stable now than before. I don't think that's enough to get it down all the way. Yeah, there's just one state left that's still a bit unstable. Which is... Remaining states. Which one is at 14.8? Ah, Keisho. Which has some unemployed still, so there's that. Although, it might just be it's going to take time. By the way, Dutch, what kind of treaty would you like? Give us military access, maybe? You can have military access too? Maybe you give us one of your subjects for no apparent reason? I'm kidding. The Dutch West Indies. They actually own the West Indies still. They own a piece of the West Indies out here? Puerto Rico's independent? Oh, that's funny. I love that. That's funny. Well, that's a big war going on in India. Bengal looks like it's trying to unify. You know, whatever blood it can spill in the process. How much GDP do we own globally? 448 million. And most of that is probably in our own subjects. So that's not a bad indicator of how things are going. You know, not the worst indicator, not the best indicator. It's yeah, it works. Oh, do steel mills not have... I guess that makes sense. I didn't really go all the way down here, did I? Don't really have enough oil for that. And... I'd rather just have more dye than silk, honestly. Right now, at least. God, oils are too high for me to be activating stuff on it. Just a little bit too high. They rallied for the fascist movement, now they're rallying for the communist movement. They just can't make up their minds. They gotta pick someone, they just don't know who. Yeah, I guess we could do wage subsidies at this point. That'll help wages increase. Heavenly Sovereign activated so we get more authority. Fantastic. I don't even know what to spend it on at this point. We're spending so much of it. Let's have that one activated in Kanto because there's a lot of Han pops here and I'd like to actually convert them all. Well, I guess there is the new... territory we took that I also got renamed when we took it, so yeah. Can add that there. Oh yeah, we could actually pop one more down here in Australia just to get that last little tip area to start converting to. Japanese Australia just doesn't sound right at all. I thought about staying on poor laws, but I actually want to get wage subsidies because wage subsidies will cause a building wage target. Like, there will be a minimum wage for them to start meeting. So if the businesses in, like, Korea are purposely paying very low wages to specific pops, this is going to force them to start actually paying them a wage. And if they're all actually at the average, then it's not going to do anything. Problem is I don't know if they are at the average or not. They could be, they might not be. I'm not really going to know. Oh yeah, factory radios for all the tobacco plantations. I totally forgot about that. And the electric rollers, too. So, this productivity of like 21 is about to shoot up to 41. It's not this tobacco plantation isn't even owned by a company, but it's about to produce half our tobacco. So you're about to have some really happy pops. Who, just learned that tobacco got really cheap really fast. In fact, I think we're gonna just build this up even harder. I think it's time for all these peasants to just cease. In a kind manner, not in a violent manner. Gonna be honest with you, I don't want these banana plantations here. If this is getting nationalized, it's getting raised, and everyone's gonna go make tea. And if tea is not made, someone will be thrown into the shark-infested waters. That Britain may not be controlling China, but you're still gonna be making tea. That much I will make certain. Oh, more subject revolts, yay! Oh, look at that, coal's at plus 25. I guess the steel mills woke up. Oh, we did increase automation again, didn't we? Yeah. Yeah, we did, didn't we? It's not a bad thing, though. It just means we can employ more pops to business that we need. I kind of want to take over the coal mines directly because I could upgrade them and use them better. But puppet maxing would be a good idea, yeah, just for the fun of it. The world now knows that Korea is part of Japan and firmly under our country's total control. Yay. So decay of prestige or... Oh, company commendation goes to all of them and decays over 15 years. Oh, I see. Or we can accelerate the assimilation for decaying 15 years. Just for fun. Yeah, let's do that. It gives us the authority to spend too if we spend it quickly. Well, if we spend it quickly. We could actually, how is Hokkaido doing? Hokkaido has gotten pretty populated, hasn't it? I mean, I'm just thinking about the manufacturing stuff, but maybe Hokkaido actually wants to do resources. In Beijing's little crop areas could be something else. Not too certain on that last part there, but I'm considering it, if you will. Was thinking more manufacturing in Korea, perhaps. I'm not sure. What is the GDP like over here? Like, what is the main production? A lot of it is mostly urban production. There is some agriculture and resource mixed in, though. But... oh my god, look how cheap that is. The fact I could put 5 of them down there and I still have enough for 1 more. That's ridiculous. Oh my god, that iron mine is at 90 productivity. Oh, that's a very wealthy iron mine. Oh, the capitalists must be ecstatic. I know I'd be. If I was getting money from it. You know what? This has a lot of iron and coal. This one will actually get the resource industry one, just because there's a lot here. And it would actually significantly benefit from it in terms of its GDP. Yeah, it's 7% of our GDP, almost 100 million, and its super majority is just resource extraction. Yeah, obviously it's going to fluctuate as the price does, but still. I'm sorry, a revolutionary what? Revolt that's broken out in Italy? Um, uh, uh-oh. Uh-oh. Wait, but it's still on cooperative ownership. So they're flipping from council republic to corporate state, single party ethno state, but they still have cooperative ownership. That's so funny. Realistically, it'd be scary, but this is a video game, so it gets to be funny instead. Employer bias. Welfare payments minus 5%. 10% industrialist strength. Sure, it even stops their opposition. Why not? It'll just moderately upset some people. Hey, we're at roughly 22 standard of living. I say roughly because it is fluctuating, and yeah. That's just going to be a bit of a back and forth we have to deal with. Time to give the investment pool more to play with. Oh, these are already full. I guess I gotta take those off then. Nope. It, debate failed on us, unfortunately. Hey, righteous government. I guess our electoral confidence has recovered. At 50%, it's still going. But it has recovered enough. A guiding hand. Yeah, let's take that. We're still kind of running a bit of a deficit, though. And yes, our welfare payments are why. I'd say it's mainly the nearly 1 million in railway subsidies we're spending. Because for whatever reason, our companies are going insane for railroads. I don't even understand why. I don't know why. I guess hopefully switching them over will give some of them a slightly better surplus. Got worse. I don't know what they're doing. I really don't. I know that we're mass exporting tools. Still very expensive, but what did I just do? Oh, well, it's fine. God, it's just those railway subsidies have gotten too high. I'm gonna, even though this might mess us up and cause areas to suddenly stop functioning, I just have to, I don't know why automatic expansion was on for a few of them. I'm guessing that's areas that we took from the AI that had set them to automatic expansion. But I'm just going to cut that subsidy out because that's the super majority of our subsidies there. Those railways need to fail and they need to downgrade. They're eating up way too much revenue when we have way too much extra room. It's just not worth it. Why did that give the industrialist political concessions? That was the monks. Why did it give... Okay. Sure. We'll just go with it. I do find it amusing, but it is awkward at the same time. God, this has 17,000 infrastructure. There's just way too much. Do not need that much. Can I give you cyan? No, not yet. They are probably not low on their authority measure. Yeah, they're at 32. You know, it's kind of broken a little on us there. Oh, almost 500,000 from our subjects now. That's nice. Ooh, resource boom already. Sure, you can have my random officer. I shall go collect a new one. A new one or two. There we go. And the Navy's admiral's gone. Two of them are gone, actually. Jeez. Okay, there we go. There shouldn't be gold mines not using railways, but there could be ones we took over that never had the opportunity to use railways, and that could be why. No, they all are. They're all using it. The gold mines, that is. Sure. More support to the Dutch, I suppose. Oh, wow, the U.S. has actually managed to build up economically, finally. It's finally found its legs to walk with. Only took it most of the game. Plus 21 on coal. Actually running out of coal areas, I think. Yeah, there's not too much to build up in. I guess Alaska, technically. Although, I think... Is this even connected? It is. We have that going for us, at least. Now, the Manchurian region won't even be incorporated in time now. I see, this is what I meant. This is now not having any connections. We're having any mappy issues? I hope not. Doesn't look like it. Taiwan's suffering, but that's probably not new. Aside from it being an unincorporated state, I suppose. Yeah, there we go. We crossed the x-axis there. We've got more loyalists than we do radicals, finally. So, it's safe to say that Japan is stabilizing domestically. Oh, just think of the GDP numbers we could have if we annexed all our subjects. Oh, it's tempting, but we shouldn't do it. It would take a while. And there's probably better things for us to do. Like actually invade and get even more subjects. Speaking of which, it's time to go grab another one for fun. I think we get, what, 20 per subject at max? Yeah, we do. 20 per subject. Yeah, no, all of our railroads are all of our plantations are using railroads too, except the silk ones because I missed them. But aside from that, I've got everything using what I can. Nope, those are on a higher one. Oh, we have this random coffee plantation that's here, which I overlooked and didn't even really knew we had. So that one's just kind of weird. Technically, it was always there. Never noticed it. All right, time to upgrade the army because now we have NCOs and siege artillery unlocked. Because at this point, you got to improve the army to keep your holdings. Can't let anyone come and take them, you know? Why does it say you have 58? Oh, right. The armies are being upgraded, of course. I'm an idiot. I just looked at that. Just mentioned it, too. And then I immediately forgot. Didn't even give myself time to forget. We just forgot outright. Do you have tenant farmers still? Is that why you don't have land? Well, peasant proprietorship isn't going to work either, so... Oh, you don't even have mutual funds invented? And you're on the guild system still? Jesus. Okay. If you guys weren't the best option. I mean, I guess a lot of you aren't. I was asking the Chinese states to have mutual funds invented is a pretty high bar at this stage of the game. Zive back down. Very nice. Mongolia is now reddish on the map. China's basically fallen. I mean, it had already basically fallen, but yeah. Bengal is trying to put India back together, so that's kind of a future war in the far east of things. Speaking of which, first Japanese fleet. Power project, please. Can I put you on here somehow? Actually curious about that. I don't know if I can. I mean, maybe I can, maybe I can't. Oh, you don't even have enough capacity. You only have 35. Okay, never mind. I thought it was more than that for the marine capacity. Well, that should get us our interest built up in India once it starts to actually build up and register. Yeah, there we go. It's going to bump it up all the way to 5,000, easily allowing us to involve ourselves at will. Keep Indochina in our sights too. Oh, Green Morocco. Italian Morocco. Oh, the fascists took over in Morocco. Uh-oh. I mean, took over in Italy. Huh. That can't be good. What is the Italian market? Yeah, makes sense. I figured. I love how Brazil's taken over most of South America as well. Not all of it, but, you know, most of it. They've gotten a good distance. And all that. So why are you high? Fervor, poor relations, infamy. Yeah, basically the works. Dang, 2 debate fails in a row with a 44% success chance? Chance of just rolling a debate wasn't too high either. Jeez. Oh, I guess 50-50 shot, so it was kind of up there. I'd like to get Chongqing in, but... I guess I could force military access through one of them, yeah. That wouldn't be hard. It's got 22 million pops just sitting right there. I'd like to actually annex it and give it to someone. Just because I want to correct the map a little. We've got, like, split areas and stuff, and it doesn't look great. So I'd rather make it look nice instead, if I can. Oh, the poor economy has been stutter-stepping and not slowing. We're kind of hovering around 10 million unemployed, but I think a lot of... Where is this unemployed coming from, actually? Oh, businesses are starting to fail. They're starting to very weirdly fail, actually. Why is that? Or are they quitting because it's... What is happening? They were fired, it says, but they're making a profit. Well, I guess they're not making the profit they want to make, is what I should say. Guess we need more steel and coal, perhaps. Although the other areas are doing just fine. Guess we can switch over to using some electricity. It's going to massively upscale the electricity usage. And I do mean that in a literal sense. It is going to massively upscale it in a number of states. Oh god, 10,000 in that one. Jesus, okay. I don't even know if that's going to be enough for all of them, but yeah, we'll try. What is 10 giving us right now, or 11? 6,100, so what, 100 of them gives you... Yeah, well, throughput's going to change the math a little. I do think it means this needs even more. Although steel is going to crash now, but it'll be fine. Steel's actually still up in base price. It just needs electricity to actually function. Well, we got wage subsidies now. So that should start forcing government area wages up if they're not in compliance. So what, our normal wage is 465. 4.8 already, yeah. So that'll push it up to a certain point. Some businesses might fail, but they might be in a position where they kind of need to fail. Like they're being very excessive with construction of it. And it just needs to drop down. Are we paying these tolls? Gibraltar and Oresund. That's kind of it. Or at least that's the ones that's immediately telling me. Because what you're collecting 167. If I collect tools here, you actually start to get more because they start to go through you. Because it's better than nothing. But if I turn this off, a lot of them start to flow through here instead, including our oil imports. Nah, there's no need to turn off the steam donkey. There's no reason to do that. We can always import more coal if we need to, and a lot of the unemployment spike is just some areas. I usually see the AI overbuild either motor industries or steel mills, and one of those usually collapse. Tools, it's more because of rubber and steel than anything else. The world just isn't building up enough rubber for us to import. We're having to make most of it ourselves. So on that front, we're kind of just stuck unless we find and build more, which we can in some areas, but they're limited. After that, it's kind of up to the AI to do it. And I don't know about you, but it doesn't look like it's going so well in the colonization of Africa. Though we could set up an import for coal. I just haven't done it yet because I figured we'd be fine. Wow, I'm surprised at how high fabric costs have gotten. 20K from shipyards. Okay. I'm starting to understand a little bit as to what is going on there. And that we need to be our own variant of King Cotton, apparently. Ooh, all that in just 5 months. That's not bad timing at all. Try to let this just tick along for a bit. I need to ask for military access, though. There we go. Bourgeoisie, I guess, based on those three. Oh, a trade union led by a social democrat. Cool. We could double down and do worker protections to get more wage stuff out of it. Might work, might fail. I mean, our wages have already gone up by an entire ducat from what I'm seeing. That might increase our expenses too. Our welfare payments as well. But the welfare payments are mostly covering the unemployed pops who just lost jobs due to economic downturn. Once those recover, they'll do better. In fact, I think we are at full capacity trade-wise. So we could... Oh my god, what is that trade potential? Oh, and it doesn't help that the railways are probably failing in certain areas because, you know, I stopped funding them. Because some of them had built up so much that they kind of needed to fail. Oh, you know what? Let military aviation finish just because it's almost done. Oh, we already have paved roads. Never mind. Never mind. Didn't even realize it had passed. Was going to switch over and try to get more automobile stuff, but that's already gone. Yeah, see, the unemployment here has already dropped by several hundred million now that it's starting to employ again. In fact, let's switch you to using diesel engines, maybe? Yeah, because the world seems to be actually making oil when it comes to it. So that's going to make better jobs here. That's actually, you know what? Let's use this as an opportunity to switch them all over to diesel engines. They will crash because the diesel demand is going to be too high and the engines will be too low. That's okay. We are kind of intending for that to happen. We do have a caveat of needing to massively upscale trade centers, though, because apparently our trade potential is through the roof. Hello, Jamie. How are you doing? I just looked down and saw that little hello of yours. How are you? I am currently maybe either doing a very great expansion of our trade empire as Japan, or I am about to induce a recession, and we will be seeing if the emperor can hold on. Good thing we got a lot of loyalists. Now, this will take 9 months to finish because we started investing into more plantations. Chongqing has been annexed. We will need to transfer that to someone. Sichuan, maybe, because Gizio, I actually want to just shrink down to only their clique zone. Shanxi getting this and Sichuan getting Chongqing just feels better in terms of map painting. It looks nice. Actually, we should knowledge share with a lot of our subject states, because that might help them get to things like mutual funds. There's only a few years left in the game, but, you know, we'll LARP it out, I guess. Oh, it's good to hear that you're doing good. Yeah, yep, there goes the GDP starting to fall. It is not falling that badly, though. But it is falling a bit. We can kind of do low subventions for export, but the problem is we don't have the trade capacity right now. We're kind of working on that. Arc welded buildings would be fun. Yeah, we're still building up all of those, aren't we? And they've got poor construction efficiency right now. Yeah. Oh, well, that's fine. Shanxi is giving the most money to us. I'm pretty sure it's just because its state is, yeah, 60 million GDP. Hey, the first flight in Kanto by Japan. That hasn't changed history at all or anything, I'm sure. That hasn't drastically altered a course of history somewhere. Tobacco plantations of Beijing. 33,000. It's making a ton of tobacco, and we still need more. We're starting to... We're not even exporting any of it, actually. That's scary. What? Oh, that's scary. 40 productivity here, too. I think they just raised the wages. Yes, they did just raise the wages. I was not blind when I saw that suddenly change on me there. They did just raise the wages. Yeah, see, enacting a baseline wage is helping. Our government wages were telling us that the normal wage was about like 4.3. Now it's all the way to almost 6, which is a 50% increase. We could probably push it further, but I'm worried that might stress some industries out. But it's also not a bad idea, since most of it seems to be running fine. We just had to intervene a bit and expand the trade center system. Which, did I even set these up to be privatized? I did. Interesting. Don't one of you have trade rights? Yeah, Mitsui, you have trade rights. Eh, oh well. Winnie's revolt is gone. Oh, we could do wars to reduce autonomy. That's true. That's true. Let's grant you Chongqing for now. There you go. Because that should be a state they incorporate when they have the opportunity. Obviously, they're not going to incorporate it immediately. That would be a little crazy to ask for. There's no guarantee they'll actually have enough. So, Hunan, how is your trip down cooperative ownership treating you? You seem to be still poor. But I assume that's because a lot of your pops are unemployed. They are. We also built a bunch of railways that you can't afford because my my companies might be a little insane. Oops. This is going to increase our subvention expenses, isn't it? Yeah. Well, if all of our payments go down, we'll be fine. I can always raise taxes back to normal, too, under an emergency measure. But if we just let construction take over again, that'll save us on several million. So I think it'll work out pretty well. Oh, yeah, the merchant marines are going back up, too, now. So we actually could look into expanding the ports again, because we suddenly needed a lot more of these. Oh, because the monopoly owned. I was like, why is the price so low? I don't know if we want to do the Combination Acts, because the trade union are actually very loyal to us, and they are increasing our workforce ratio. Although we still have 155 million dependents, which tells me the workforce ratio still grows at a snail's pace, and we're never going to see it get any higher for a while, probably. But our standard of living just jumped up by a point on average. So evidently, things are looking up. Just ignore the growing black dot. How much oil? We're importing so much oil from the Americans. How much are they exporting to the market? Oh, you know, just 55,000 barrels of oil. Maybe not barrels, but, you know. Oh, you know what's great, chat? They actually have a high tariff on oil exports, and they're still exporting oil because it's just that valuable. Where's their their trade center? Yeah, like 60K tariff on an export, I guess. God, the U.S. is probably making a lot of money off of its own exports, which is kind of funny. Oh boy. Not that I mind. We're happy to use that oil. I guess we're importing fabric too from the looks of it, which does make some sense, but yeah. I might cut down the subventions on tools a bit, because I think now we're actually exporting more than I planned. The price is still really low, though. So that is kind of catch-22. I drop it, they might crash. If I keep it raised, they may get too high. Steel's back up to plus 24, though, which I think is post-recovery. Yeah, I don't need to subsidize them anymore. I think we were subsidizing some of them early on because that was our earlier days for our first steel mills, and we never really thought about shutting them back down, so they just kind of kept running indefinitely the whole time. Not a bad thing, but, you know, probably shouldn't forget about them. We're using up almost all that trade now, and if we stop building, we're actually still in debt. Thanks to subventions, I assume. Let's drop... Oh, no, they're not. I thought they were all the way at maximum. They're only on high. Oh. Okay. Are we losing taxes due to... We are losing some taxes due to a lack of government administration. Not too much, but, you know, we're losing some. Might as well get that first. The trade unions are powerful now. What? Oh, I see. The Progressive Party has finally broken up after decades of rule together. It finally splintered. Interesting. I was wondering if it would ever splinter. It seemed like it was going to just stay together for the whole game. Let's see. Province rules are humanitarians, social democrats. Approval is above 0 with no active council or public law. Oh, that's cool. Prominence and roles of communists. Right to associate law minus 25. Oh, because we have censorship. Cool. So it is harder for them to talk, is it not? When they're being suppressed actively. You know what? Maybe we can get to 1936. We've only got a few years left. Ah, there goes all of my... God, you guys have got to stop these revolts. Have you tried, like... I don't know, different tax systems? Commercialized agriculture, maybe? Thank you. Oh, they learned what commercialized agriculture was, actually. Great. What do you mean I can tell them to initiate debt slavery? Don't do that. That's awful. It's terrible. I don't know. You guys need, like, a National Guard or something to be... putting all these revolts down, or secret police. Ah, nope, we're out of there, I don't even think we can do wealth voting. Oh, there is support from the Zabatsu now. They hadn't been supporting it for an extremely long time. They are supporting it now. But we're going to have to wait for elections to finish, except the problem is that the Progressive Party is kind of getting all the votes. The Free Trade Party has negative momentum thanks to events. The Progressive Party's kind of gotten most of the results, so it's going to depend on what legitimacy looks like afterwards. Oh, that is actually a concerningly large revolt. Like, I need to deploy a second unit to deal with it, because that is really big. Yeah, move them over. Should be able to put it down, but we are going to be suffering when it comes to cotton. That might be why our textile started... Well, no, it was before the textile started suffering. That might be why we're importing so much of it, though. Oh, God, they're just building another 16 of these. Maybe this... You know what? I will... Okay, the U.S. is declaring war on us. So, there goes the oil exports. So maybe we take the rest of Alaska just because, you know, mess up the Americans. And then if they don't back down, we'll steal a new subject. And we'll threaten to humiliate you as well. Or something. I am going to drop the subsidies for the tools down from high to low just to hopefully flow it quicker. See, the scary thing is... Actually, wait, I just realized. They have a ton of troops, chat, but they don't have a strong navy. They have a navy, but it's not a strong navy. That might be the good thing here for us, is that they don't have a strong navy. We do have to kind of sail all the way around, though, which kind of sucks, but oh well. I actually want to get another 50 dreadnoughts in here. Wait, what are you moving with then? Oh, pre-dreadnoughts, right. Oh, time to start mass building ships again for another war. And mobilizing the troops. Moving down to Indonesia. Oh, there's another uprising over there. Okay. Alright, well, let's go deal with that too, then. Man, it's like... It's almost like taking over a massive country area will just lead to reoccurring revolts because the area is unstable thanks to our interventions. And now it's only getting worse as time goes on. But our standard of living is exploding, at least, in a good way. Oh, the Dutch can't be involved because they don't have a strong enough interest. It'd be really funny if we took California, but I feel like that might be going too far. Also, it would push us over 100 infamy, which... Yeah, not a good idea. Also, landing in the mainland USA might be too hard because they have a massive conscript army. And while, yes, they would probably eventually go bankrupt, I'm not interested in sitting here for the next 3 years trying to invade the United States. When we could just, you know, take some islands and kick them out. Were they actually going to do this war? I thought they might back down. They're actually going to do this war, okay. That works for me, I guess. Well, the Marine Army doesn't have anyone leading it. Oh, dear. I guess they've been dead for a while, then. That is a shame. Someone else will take command. We could liberate California, but the problem is the same fold. There's that we'd actually have to land and seize the mainland USA, which, judging by the conscripts they can pull up of 1,000 battalions, I don't think we're going to be able to land on the beaches. It's more like the beaches will be so covered in the bodies of Americans, we will be unable to land because there just isn't anywhere to land. We can try to blockade and choke out their economy, though, but our blockade strength is paltry compared to their total, apparently. I'm guessing it's because they have a lot of naval defenses. No, they have one. It's probably just how heavily developed it is, because California is completely blocked off. Man, more uprisings. It just doesn't end. But our budget is barely positive now, so there's that. You're building more motor industries? Okay, if you like them. I mean, they might give up if they're starved enough, but I don't know if they will. Their economy has actually been growing really rapidly lately, and a part of that is quite literally because they're mass exporting oil, and if I choke out their exports, I won't be able to import oil. Huh. You know, this is really coming off as a double-edged sword. Why do you guys have so much power? Yeah, we'll have to build up more navies. Oh, I just agreed to Worker protections. That's just to raise wages more because our standard of living is just starting to skyrocket ever since we started implementing a minimum wage. So I'm kind of doubling down on the idea, even though that might backfire as businesses become increasingly unable to pay for things. Or they've overbuilt, and so it's not my fault. That'll be fine. But at least California's blockaded. Actually, that blockade strength is way too weak for 50 pre-dreadnoughts. What is your actual blockade strength? Your blockade strength's almost 20,000. Is it bugging out, maybe? You're only assigned to one region, right? Yeah, you're only assigned to one region. Huh. Weird. I wonder if something is just bugging out there or not. Yeah, they don't want to negotiate because they're already approved too much. Oh, well. What do you mean minus 15? There aren't even American troops up here that I can see. There's like invisible American troops up here, I guess. Oh, no, this is all a part of the same defense point, right? So I guess I would need to get to my side then, because they have 81 defense. It's, that's a lot of defense. Naval landing fortifications, yeah. Yikes. This war may not end before we reach the end of the game, but we are going to reach the end of the game. So, that's kind of worth celebrating in of itself. Even if the Americans are, you know, being mean and starting a war for no reason. Because they wanted to take parts of our empire that we fought hard to gain. By trampling over everyone else. Oh, I really wanted to get Perak removed. Oh, it's a power block junior because it's subject to the Netherlands. Okay. Never mind. Yes, I don't think we're going to make this landing then, right? Because they have more pops than us. Even if we have an averaged better offense, it looks like by the end of it, they actually do better. Oh, you know what? I'm sure someone's going to be screaming at me about this later. We literally got chemical weapons and flamethrowers for this exact reason, and I completely forgot to hand those out to the army. Silly me. We could have been winning this already. I could have made landfall in mainland USA. I just had to poison the entire beachhead. Yeah, that's much better now. I just haven't played to the late game in such a long while now. I totally forgot about the effectiveness of chemical weapons and flamethrowers. Like, it just completely left my mind. Now, we might still lose the battle for Alaska because we did this way too late and they have low organization now. But they are definitely taking more casualties, which is a positive. Yeah. The Dragon of the Trenches. Morale damage, please. Because if the enemy doesn't have morale, they just flee. I mean, yes, if they were dead, that would help too, but I'd much rather prefer them unable to fight at all by sheer will. Okay, unemployment's fallen below 6 million now, which would explain why things are getting better. The welfare payments will get weaker. Also, the subventions we dropped, obviously, that helps too. Level 21 is no longer considered productive. It's just not enough. Okay, well, that's at least profitable, but I think it's because it's fired half the people that worked there, yeah. Oh, well, at least it makes money. So maybe we win these fights now, right? Oh, yes, yes. Now that we're hitting 105 offense and doing more morale damage, we definitely win these fights. Yeah, plus 89% morale damage. Whoa. Should have switched that on a while ago. So I think, what, both our navies are busy blockading? I think you're bugged, right? Like, for whatever reason, something's going on and you're just not really blockading. So let's instead have you plan an invasion here. And come for this army. Just because the blockade is doing basically nothing. Because it says it's only at 1%, so it seems like it's doing nothing, as far as I can tell. Although, conscripting over 1 million people into the army might be causing a knock-on effect for them. Yeah, I mean, the prices aren't that bad, and their GDP seems stable, but who knows? I don't even think we'll get worker protections passed before this ends, because we are nearing the final year. 25.8 standard of living, though. It's definitely gotten a lot higher. Yes. So let's take a look at a bit of the Japanization. We almost have 30% Japanese in Beijing. So that's not too bad. We're getting over 20% in the Manchurian states, some of them at least. And it looks like 4 of 5 states in Korea have mostly Japanese. It's not quite, who is protecting them? Britain and France, okay. The war, this is going to end before we can really fight that war anyway. But, you know. I'll look over this at least and assign something in the background. Actually, I probably won't because this is going to end soon, so there's no need to be decisive here about it or anything. Oh, I just read that as the Philippines for a second. I was like, what? I guess if we were to win the United Tribes, just to match things up better. Yeah, it turns out you just need some flamethrowers and chemical weapons, and landing isn't so hard then. Who would have thought? All it takes is some war crimes. Which you definitely shouldn't do. Or loyalists, excellent. Excellent. Right, we have less than a year before the game ends. And while you could technically continue beyond that, we are not doing that because the game is lagging and I would like to wait for a better patch. Or hotfix, whatever comes first. Cuba's independent. Cool. They're 36th in GDP, so less cool. Still cool though, but, you know, not as cool. How many Japanese people are there in Japan proper? 138 million now? And globally? Oh, I'm sorry. Wait, did this lie to me? Oh, we have 153 million. It didn't update properly. And then globally, there's 154 million, which means some of them are living... Well, yeah, some of them are living in Australia, which... Australia, by the way, chat, is in the states where we could have the effect. A lot of them are reaching 25%, 30% Japanese. So, it is working over time. I forgot about New Zealand, mind you, but it's New Zealand. It's mostly sheep. Yeah, so that's working for fun. Oh, nope, that's the wrong map menu. War crimes? What war crimes? I didn't mention anything. Yeah, I guess the game heard me. And it realized what we were doing at some point. Oh well. I'm sure it's nothing. Sure, it's 100 and... God, do I even need Marines to land with at this point, now that we have the chemical weapons and everything? Probably not. The artillery probably does better now. Oh my, 152 with 25% naval efficiency reduction? Yeah. I guess at this stage, the Marines are invalidated. Although, if you... I need to figure out how, but if you have enough capacity, you can just leave the Marines on the ship permanently. I haven't figured out how to properly attach them that way. But at some point, embark onto a fleet might be a way to do it. Might be a way to do it, at least. Coal's at 22%. I'd mass import coal if there was more coal in the world to import, but Russia is sitting at 58 million GDP and is still on traditionalism. There will not be more coal. Oh, yeah. This also means this poor state is now suffering -4 standard of living for, oh, 5 years. And the mortality drop, which means it's just going to have dying pops for no good reason. So technically we've won this war against the US. It is ticking down. It's just, it's going to take a while before they actually give in. So, to hell with it. We'll grab the Marines and try to invade California just because we got a couple of months left. Nah, we're nearing the end of the game. We're going to kind of let things just play out instead of turning things off. Plus, the increased price on coal is actually good for the coal mines, which is owned by one of the companies. So it's good for the company. And the workers there are paid very well and buy lots of stuff. Like a loyalty program. Speaking of loyalty programs, the tobacco plantation in Beijing is still at 41 productivity, is still very profitable with 500,000 weekly balance. And is paying 16.9 average annual wage. I think that just went up again, actually. So even the laborers here are living a rather secure to prosperous life. That definitely just went up. Because they're suddenly going up in standard of living. So they're going to get higher before this even ends. Beautiful. It's actually worked out too well in some areas. Other areas, not so much. But, the AI, when it comes to spamming its corporation buildings, this is kind of why I tend to assign them a lot of resource buildings. They can't mass spam. What is happening? What big war just broke out between Spain and Germany? Okay. You're not even connected to each other, but all right. Sure, whatever. Light the world on fire for all I care, I guess. Hey, we actually invented tanks before the game ended. So technically, I could upgrade my units and start making tanks right before the game ends. And technically airplanes. If you think about it. So, there will technically be Japanese tanks right as this game ends. Well, mechanized infantry and heavy tanks. Still good, though. Though it's going to upgrade the mechanized infantry. It's going to upgrade the infantry first. That's still fine. Oh my god, they sent everyone over here to fight these Marines. They really don't want us to land. Oh! I forgot about this. He just straight up gained... This is the guy in California? The guy in California just got a +30 to offense, chat. He's still not gonna win, I don't think, but that's brutal. Absolutely brutal. He'll still lose because of the sheer manpower difference in the end, I think, but god, 141 offense. Ridiculous. It's not even the highest you could get with the new tanks we have. And the mechanized infantry to back them up. Yeah, how is that automobile industry doing? Because I just switched only one of them over. Oh, we actually need more airplanes. We don't have enough. I gotta switch another one over. At least one more to airplane production. I don't need all of them switched over to airplane production. Oh, we're already exporting tanks. And there's just inherent demand for tanks. No one actually needs them. Okay, sure. That makes sense. Yeah, no, thanks to those airplanes, we actually would end up landing. Oh my god, the hardwood. Yeah, shipyards are scary when you don't have any, like, dreadnoughts for them to build. They just start making supply ships. Hardwood is insanely profitable in a way in this game. I really can't do anything to solve that. I already tried to prohibit exports. And we've kind of already maxed out our logging camps, so the only thing we can really do is start building ships again, but the game's about to end in a few months. So we're just kind of watching this growing massacre play out, where several thousand Japanese soldiers are taking on hundreds of thousands of Americans in California, and they're winning. Which definitely would freak out any player if they were the defending side. This is kind of what China goes through at the start of the game, except the enemy takes almost no casualties. Sometimes. They can get really unlucky as well. I don't think they're going to land in time. I think the battle will take too long. 724,000 men facing off against 44,000. I think that's too much. I think they lose because of the sheer number difference. Yeah. Yeah, even though they have a lot more offense than their defense, that sheer number difference is just too massive. So quantity can win you battles in this game. You just need the infrastructure to be around to actually use any of it. And it also means if we had even double or triple the size of the force here, this fight goes very differently. Oh, good. We have worker protections to increase our wages further just in time for the game to end and for it to not matter as much. But as you can see, our wages are all the way at 8.3 now. And we'll see when it updates here again if that changes at all. 8.76. Yeah, so our wages are going to go up, which means standard of living is going to go up, but obviously we're about to be out of time here for that. Because we are at the last day of the campaign. Yeah, this is a war where eventually we would win because the Americans are ticking down. The casualties we inflicted make it to where eventually we would win. We'd take American Alaska and take their subject in Indonesia and humiliate them. But the game ends here, and I just wanted to poke around and show some things before we let the end screen go. We have 155 million Japanese, 62% of our population. Culturally, covers almost all the Korean Peninsula, is increasingly taking over Beijing. There's a lot of Han and Kanto, though. That's why we're trying to convert it. And they don't quite have any... Oh, no, they do. Tasmania is actually majority Japanese. It is 74% Japanese. And then... what else? God, there's still Han Pops flooding into here. There's 42 million living in Kanto. Is that the most populated? Well, it's not. It's directly controlled most populated for us, the player. It might be the most populated just in general, actually. Yeah, it's very, very rich. Probably because all the corporation HQs are here. So there's a lot of wealthy pops. It kind of just brings in a lot of people. And that's probably where its prosperity comes from. 26 trust standard of living with modifiers. Perak is all the way at 32? I mean, I know they're a subject, but that's... Oh, they're probably all in the government building. Yeah, they're all soldiers. I see. That's why they have an insane standard of living. So we did actually, by the end of 1935, get the top 10 to be 100 million GDP or more. But it took a lot of direct intervention as the player, and several of them are our subject states, who we tax the hell out of because, hello, 800k a month. A week, I should say. But it is very good to see that their GDPs were accelerating. Does this mean they got automatic irrigation near the end of the game, maybe? No, it doesn't look like it. But they were doing very well. The Shanxi clique, I think, is in a similar boat. It wasn't quite up there, but it was getting high. I'm surprised at how much tobacco demand we have, actually. I guess we're not making liquor, so it makes sense that we have a lot of tobacco demand. I am very shocked that this tobacco plantation is very profitable. With 279 levels. I would have loved for it to be a company. Maybe that 20% throughput on here, because we have so much of it, and we're actually importing some. It is... Honestly, I thought I could only see opium plantations be that profitable at base price, but it's very profitable itself. It's actually more profitable than our opium plantations right now, although not by much. And then the tea plantations, it's not surprising, they're actually kind of below the base price. The food industries are suffering, so there's unemployment. A lot. You know, these urban centers actually have more employed pops than I was expecting. I was expecting them to not have that many. They actually have a good deal of employed pops. It's still not making enough to keep itself stable. They're actually prosperous in this one. Wow. Although that one makes sense. Again, 4 company HQs, and we never upgraded it to the last one. So it actually could pay the lower wages. So that one makes sense. I guess you could have switched to electric streetlights. And provided the electricity isn't too high. Over here, at least, that would probably work out. And then our trade capacity is pretty maxed out. I could do that, Vincent, but we've done this for over 4 hours already, and I do have laundry I need to do later. But it wouldn't be that hard. All we'd really be doing at this point for the war as well is we'd just be waiting for this to tick down, which wouldn't be very fun for anyone. But we do have 250 million pops as well. Damn, we actually have the most. With the US is second, really. Huh. Not what I expected, but okay. And then Russia is third somehow. Also not what I expected, but I guess it makes sense if they could passively grow the whole game. Yeah, no, I guess that works out for them. Oh god, is there anything else? I guess the company whoop, game didn't like that. Not the Mitsui have the most at 4.82 million. We're not even doing that much subvention on that one. I mean, we are subventioning textiles, but not that much. All of them are over 1 million at least, but this company has the richest profit, and probably is also the biggest size. There's a lot of company HQs. So what are you at? 73. Even the clerics here are actually affluent. Oh my god. Even without modifiers, they're still affluent. Our GDP is 1.97 billion, but I think if we were to continue, this would increasingly grow and just probably get a bit exponential because the standard of living is rising, and that rising standard of living helps. But also, as the pops in our subjects stop being peasants, and we also end their tenant farmer system so they can employ more, it does lead to more demand, which helps. Actually, one thing I want to see is the Netherlands still a major subject, a major power? Yes, unfortunately. Okay, well. That is a pretty good Japanese empire. There's a bit of Indochina we don't have, but it wouldn't be hard to take. So I'd say this is really good. Australia is just suffering because it doesn't know how to colonize properly or doesn't have the pops to colonize. The Zolvarin is still together. It actually got... God, what has happened here in Europe? It's just such a mess. The only one that looks normal is Britain and, like, Iberia. Everything else has got something wrong with it. I was going to say Scandinavia is fine, but then I saw Finland, and then it wasn't fine. Oh, Bengal got the Suez Canal, and then never built it. Oh, good job. The Germans took Panama, and then they never built it, so... Oh, Costa Rica owns it, actually. Wait, what? Costa Rica is owned by Germany. Okay, weird, but sure. Does Brazil still have slavery? It still has slavery and a guild system. And its standard of living is terrible. It doesn't even have a good economy. You had slaves the whole game. You literally have 56 million people. And you still can't make coffee to export. You can't even export it properly. Anyway, I've rambled on long enough. Thank you all for coming. I hope you had a wonderful time with this 2-part stream. And I look forward to seeing you all in the next Let's Play that we do. Till then.